Hello, is anybody out there? um, Hope I get some people in tonight. My last live didn't go too well. um, and I actually had like stuff nobody had on that case. But hopefully today turns out a little bit better. A lot of stuff going on with the David stuff. I've noticed like TMZ has been putting out the articles and stuff. Mhm. But what was I gonna say? I'm gonna continue going over some. I was talking to my Zeke. I'm gonna continue going over some of the Discourse videos, because as I was going through some of the ones I wanted to go over, I was forgetting about some of the stuff that was in them. Um, a lot of stuff with Zerks, and a lot of stuff now that I know the date. See, back then when I was putting together those videos, I didn't know the date of when anything happened, right? None of us did. But now that I know the date, it's kind of interesting to see. Like I said, from my title, as you can see, on the 24th, no, on the 25th, Zerk says to Rob, or Zerk says in Discord about uh he had just had a really long conversation with Rob yesterday, which would have been the 24th. So that's interesting. But we're gonna go through all that. I'm gonna start off though, um, by going through this one video. It's only 28 minutes long. I'm gonna do that first, and then we'll do the stuff that starts in 2025. Um, yeah, we have a lot to go through. I have a lot of I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 9 of the Discord videos that I want to go through, and then I also want to go through all the updates that have been happening. Hey Shane Calkin, hey Casey, thank you for being here. Hey Ashley Lou, Zeke, come around, Bubba. Hold on, let me hold on, Bubba, I'm coming. Hold on, guys. Well, hi, Bubba. Good boy. Let me leave it. Hold on, Bubba. I'm coming. Let me just leave this open. I'm coming, Bubs. I'm coming. Hi, handsome. Come on. Come on. Hi, baby. Hey, you come on over. Come on, Bubbles. Come on. Okay. All right. Put the ching. Okay, so let's just start off with the first Discord video. Like I said, I'm going to start off. It'll start off in 2023 and then go into 2024 when they're talking about that live stream that him and Celeste did. And it's a little bit different messages than the ones we went over before. And then we'll go into the 2025 stuff leading into the day after the murder and stuff, which I still am wondering about Zerks. I don't know how I feel about him. I don't know. I mean, did David confide in him, do you think? What did he talk to Rob about? I still am having trouble thinking how David could have kept this from Rob, because Rob was there. Like, I almost think he lived with him, or at least stayed the night with him in a room a lot, because he was always there. He was there at that mukbang. Like I said, I pointed him out. He's dressing him. He's always there. Like in any video, you always see Rob in the background. That one live stream, which it'll play a clip of it. He's on this live stream doing an interview with somebody. He's standing in the background. So it just makes me wonder, how did David do this without Rob knowing? I mean, maybe not. Maybe Rob had no idea. Maybe David, but it's just, it's weird thinking that he had Celeste days. I mean, that would be days. He killed her the first day, then he bought that stuff, dismembered her. How did he keep Rob away from being in the garage? Or, I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he did. But I just want to go through this stuff now, knowing that stuff, and see what you guys think with the Discord messages, because we still haven't been through all of them. So this is a continuation of where we left off. Hey, Coco Lemon. Hey, the Gooch. Elvin, yay! Robin Russell, Edith. Okay, my baby. I love you, Zeke. I took that rug away. Look how little he looks. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna play this, but I forgot since I took that rug away, I could move the camera closer. Okay, so let me just start this video. Like I said, it's a video I did 2 months ago. So if I say things like if as I'm just reading them, if I say something like, "Oh, I hope they get David" or whatever, remember this is from 2 months ago before they arrested him. I'm going through the Discord. So the title of this video is this video that I'm going to be playing here is hold on, let me move it over and I'll just show you. Hold on 1 second, then I'm going to move the camera closer so you guys can see Zeekster closer. If anybody, there are some people that like to come in and see how my boy's doing. Okay, so the title of this video, the first one I'm going to play, is called Zerk bashes David, then brags about talking to him and having e-sex. Sophia says David is scamming them. Okay. 4:28 p.m. David says, "Bab, bab, 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 bab." Alrighty. Risley Bear Marsh says, "What's up?" or "Wisp." And then David says, "Oh, wait, I forgot." Alrighty. And then Tempest says, "Forgot what?" And then Deleted also says, "Forgot what?" And then David shares this link where it's for David Worthless Pre-Save. Go to David Worthless Pre-Save. I think it's the song Worthless. And it says, "Click for a kiss." And David says, "Big old kiss." And Risley Bearmar says, "Oh." And Car Stoner says, "Hi, David." And Lust says, "I heard about a new song Thursday." I think it's supposed to be, "I heard about a new song Thursday, question mark." And Dre, in response to David saying "big old kiss," Dre says, "Really?" And Zen says, "I'm gonna boom you." That was in response to David's big old kiss also. And then David puts, 6 lips or kisses and says, "We all married now." And then Deleted User says, "David is giving out kisses now." And Zen says, "He gave me a kiss at the New York show." And Lust says, "What?" And David says, "Polyamorous relationships. We all married now." And then Dre responds to David by sending him a ring, like an engagement ring, I'm guessing, since David said, "We all married now." And Desire says, "David went on tour and came back kissing everybody." And David says, "All of us." And then Risley Bear Mar responds to David's polyamorous relationships comment and says, "Yep." And Viper says, "All of us?" question mark. And then David says, "When the song drops, we need twerking challenge." And then David goes on to say, "I will participate." And Dre says, "Twerk then, boy." And then David says, "My cheek's gonna be up." And then he says, "Up, up." I know it's kind of silly. Maybe I shouldn't even have included this in reading. It's kind of probably doesn't mean much, but just kind of showing you how, I don't know, his personality and how he is being very inappropriate in his chat, considering there's a mix of ages. So there's a lot of young kids in his chat, in this Discord. So a lot of people underage. So in my opinion, it's very inappropriate conversation to be having with young kids. I guess I included it because the sexual nature in it, just to show like these are all these kids that are in this Discord and look how he's talking to them. Joke or not, it just strikes me as a little bit odd. Okay, so let's move on to the next topic, which is gonna be, oh, this one's only has 3 messages in it, okay? It's Sophia talking about David calling her to take down the stream with Celeste. So I ended up adding a few more messages in this, so there's going to be more than 3. But I was trying to, in the 3, there was this one that somebody was responding to, and I was trying to get the reference to what that was, and then I ended up just finding some interesting conversation where Sophia is talking about banning him and kind of talking negatively about. Just want to point out, this is him, his Southeast Asia tour, or right, May 13th he leaves. So now we know, when he killed Celeste, April 23rd, and then the dismemberment, he was ordering stuff May 5th, May 8th. He had everything ordered where I'm thinking that's when they guess he actually did the dismemberment. And then remember, after he gets back from this trip, May 31st, he takes another trip out to Santa Barbara. Okay. So this is that trip out there. Not even a month after he killed Celeste. So you see Caleb's here, his sister, his mom. I'm trying to think, is his dad? I don't know if his dad went on this trip with him. I don't remember seeing his dad in any of the pictures or videos. So maybe his dad didn't go. But I just wanted to point out that, yeah, this is really shortly after the murder. He's in the processes of still cleaning up the murder, basically. Because I think that last trip to Santa Barbara, he got rid of some more stuff. I'll unmute it once I start reading the Discord because since I made this a few months ago, my thoughts on it are probably way different than now knowing a lot. Okay, so here we're back to, so now we're 5/9/25. So this is May 9th, 2025. So this would be right after he kills her, days or a week after well, 2 weeks after he kills her. But this is when remember, May 8th is when he orders the inflatable pool, the body bags, all that stuff. So okay, so we're at May 9th, 2025 at 2:59 a.m. Taylor says, "When I say he made the best Alfredo Parmesan I've ever had." And Reason says, "David made that once on stream with his girlfriend," which I think it was the time he was with Celeste because of, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was previous messages that they were talking about this stream that I had already made a video on. Anyway, I'm going to skip the message in the middle because it's not really relevant. In response to Reason talking about David making that Alfredo Parmesan on a stream with his girlfriend, Taylor says, "I remember that, yes." Okay, so Sophia says, "Chat revival. Should I ban David?" And Deleted says, "Yes." And Zolpidem says, "And he said he was going to upload 2 songs on the archive and never did," shaking my head. And Sophia says, "He's scamming us. No cap." And remember, Sophia is one of the admins on David's Discord. Sophia's the admin. All this is from David's Discord. Okay. So, sorry, we're bouncing back to 6/11/2024. So they're talking about, he's talking about that he thinks that she thinks she thinks David's scamming them. And Sophia's talking about David scamming them. I notice his admins or whatever mods, they talk a lot of crap about David. It's crazy. You'll see coming up also Zerks talking a lot of crap about him. So it's just interesting. I mean, are they joking? Or not that I'm saying that they're wrong and David doesn't deserve it, but admins are supposed to be there to help the person and to actually stop the people that are doing that in chat from doing that, from like bashing the creator, So I just find it interesting. They just figure he won't see it. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue. So Billy says, "I hope David gets coal for Christmas." And Initial says, "Who going to the David concert June 28th at Fonda?" I included some of these in here because, I thought that was interesting that's the 3-day concert that Celeste is seen in pictures with David. Sophia says, "He used to stream his concert." And Jazz says, "I know, they're on YouTube." And then Sophia says, "He got like 100,000 plus viewers on his Houston concert stream, LOL." And Deleted says, "We are all too old for Discord." And Sophia says, "For real, for real." And then Jazz says, "How many did he usually get before that?" And Sophia says, "Like around 10,000 plus viewers." And Jazz says, "Wow, that's wild." And Sophia says, "Yup." And then she says, "One time he called me because he trying to delete that stream with his girlfriend." And we know which stream that was. We were all watched it. We watched it after the fact, that clip of it where he's telling his mods to delete it all, delete it all. Anyway. And then in response to that comment about David calling Sophia to have her delete the stream, Asher says, "I remember that, LOL." And Sophia says they're talking about that Epstein Island. Now, I'm wondering if that was supposed to be, they were talking about that Epstein Island. Okay. So I am gonna play this video. It just popped up on my TikTok. It's they play. Here, I'll show you real quick. It plays. I'll just play it now in the middle of this real quick, just because I think it's relevant because they're talking about that stream with Celeste and David. And then and then Sophia is talking about how David called her and told her to take down the stream. And then she brings up how they were talking about Epstein Island because remember, Sophia was there watching that stream. So let me play this. This video was uploaded a couple days ago on TikTok. Hold on one second. It's from Junkie Media. All right, let me play it real quick for you. It's a clip from this, which I'm sure all of us have seen, but it points out some things and it shows like the original people that uploaded it, what people were saying and commenting and why they uploaded. I don't know if you guys have seen this. So it starts off, it says David and Celeste Twitch clip. It's January 11th is when it was, 2024 with context. Okay, so try to read this. I'll try to stop it as we go a little bit if you need help reading it.
Your media
I personally don't.
Yo, I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Okay. So it's gonna go on to say, oh shoot. Let me read what this says right here in the chat. So this is the actual live chat because since it's up on the stream, this is the live chat that was going on. Here, let me make it bigger for you guys. I have it in my editor. Hold on one second, and we could read it together. Okay. So let's see what's going on while they're talking about this. Somebody says no, but we can read lips. Yes, sound. When we getting the click song? Wait, I might have cut some of that off. I guess it's as far as it goes. You when are we getting the click song? You promised me in Manchester you would put it in Discord. And then somebody says David Epstein flight list question mark. And then somebody says David, can you death dive in Norway to in August, September? And if you guys remember on my pre-record, I talked about the death dive is I show what it is. It's this thing they jump off, real high. Anyway, when you come into Switzerland, LMFAO. All right, let me make this bigger again. And there is subtitle on this, so I don't know, but this person's subtitle on it to say I need to, and then it just says mute stream. So yeah, obviously that's right.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, mwah.
And then you could see in chat somebody saying David and Celeste island trip end stream. Oh no.
Mwah, mwah, mwah,
Canceled.
Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Pray for his career chat.
So you could see the title of that when it was up was called Let Me Cook. So this is the one that they were cooking dinner, and you'll see people's comments under it, which I know most of you have seen this, but what's new is the comments under it. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Are we done?
Well, first of all, you could see it came from Let Me Cook, just chatting. David's TikTok, or that's his Twitch.
We need to delete this.
Are we done? Are we canceled? And she says we need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too? Can we delete anything? You done for, bro? Y'all are not done? Now you gonna Epstein? Yo!
Now you're going to Epstein, and it says now you're going to be on the Epstein list, and that's why he read that, and he says we're going to be on the Epstein list, and he starts to say it. David is like, no. Somebody says there's no escaping this, bro, and somebody says David, big fan, bro. You really inspire me to make the most out of music. Hope you doing well, brother.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big spot me. Oh, thank you, Mitochondria.
I gotta stop with him if you even.
And like you said, like you could hear her is starting to say, I have a song with him if you care, which we know those voices, those audio clips of voices in multiple songs or his or hers. I feel like you could tell which one's her voices, in my opinion. Okay. So this says, this is who originally posted the second half of the clip. Says Dirk. Some videos I have from a live stream showing David and Celeste from 1/11/2024. And it says, okay, so he explains why he recorded it. Hold on. Which I didn't know that. Okay. So somebody says, and it's still commented, this is who originally posted the second half of the clip. And this is what the comments say. Somebody says, how did you find this VOD? And Dirk says, clipped it because he shouted me out after I sent a message. So he was probably mitochondria, maybe, or I don't know. So he was excited that David shouted him out. So he recorded it. They said, is this all you have from this VOD? And he says, yes, it was only to show my friends. He shouted me out on stream. So that's why we have this clip. I wish, because I know, all of us are like, is there more to it? Like, does somebody recorded this? Did they record the whole thing? Because I would have loved to see the whole thing. No, he just recorded that part to show him shouting him out. Unfortunately, I wish we had the whole thing. And then, hold on. And then, oh, this is the ones I'm going over now. Where Sophia says, yup, one time he called me because he's trying to delete that stream with his girlfriend. And somebody says, I feel like D4 and Sunday would sound so good together. This is in the Discord. Actually, I'm reading it on my video. Somebody says, I remember that about him calling her to delete it. And then this is where we just left off in my Discord video where she says they're talking about the Epstein Island. And then, oh shoot, I missed that. I didn't answer this because it's so late. So she shows right here, look, check this out. She's showing David tried to call her. And she says, look, on 1/11 at 2:11 p.m., depending on their time. So 1/11 was the day they did it. They did it really late, so it was basically 1:10, but it was going into 1/11 because it was past midnight, right? So he's calling Sophia at 4:19 a.m. He's calling her and she says, I didn't even answer this because it was so late. And you could see that she posted this that afternoon on 1/11, but can you guys see that? Hold on. But he called her at 4:19. So he was calling all his mods and his admins, hey, delete this, delete this. Probably making sure it's deleted, right? Here, let me zoom in for you guys. If you guys, it's small. I just want to show you guys because I thought that was interesting. I haven't seen the reason why it was videoed. So Junkie Media, I think that was her name here. I'll double check the person that Junkie Media shout out. But yeah, see, you could see she's showing back in 1/11. She posted this in the afternoon that shows that he called her on 4:19. Okay. I forget what else is on here that we should go over. It says some Discord messages from David's mods and fans talking about the deleted stream. Real David. Okay. Now, all this stuff I have in my Discord too, but I'm just going to go over it again with you. Might as well finish this video. There's only like a minute left. So it says, Skylar says, yeah, she just said something so crazy. He had to end stream and delete VOD. And he's responded to Micah saying David has a girlfriend. And then the first part of the stream was recorded by someone else, and I can't remember the source. I can't remember if. Oh, shoot. And then people who were on stream talking about it. So Dirk says, I'm not defending David at all, and he deserves what's coming. But the reason he said to delete the VOD was because Celeste said the F slur. You can look at my account and see I originally posted this clip as it's mine. Now, the only issue I have with that is where's the F slur? Because the clip that he posted, we don't hear no F slur. So that's why I'm a little bit confused. Because if that was the reason it was deleted, or he says delete it, where is that? I don't hear anybody saying that. The R word, but he's saying the F slur. So I don't know. It says they were just making food in the kitchen and talking to chat. I remember them talking about how she was in college at USC or UCLA. There was other streamers online at the same time, so I didn't watch the whole stream, but I popped back in at the end, so I saw how it ended. I don't remember exactly what he said was controversial, but it had to do with Epstein because someone said something about him in the chat. Then she said the quote. See, that's the thing though. He was responding to her. There doesn't look like there's any edits though. It doesn't look like it's like cut up. It looks like she says it's controversial that you are kids. Yeah, they probably were talking about Epstein before that. Like he mentions Epstein, he reads that, but then he says that controversial thing talking to her, directly to her. She's not reading anything when she says it's controversial that you are in kids. So just because they were talking about Epstein Island does not mean that her comment to him about R and kids was not to him. I'm sorry, I don't. That was to him. She was looking at him, and there's nothing in the chat that even says that she's reading that because it doesn't. No, none of the comments say that she's talking to him. So yeah, maybe she was talking about Epstein Island, but then she refers to David. So I don't know why people keep saying that. That's fine that they're talking about Epstein Island, but that comment, that specific sentence is directed at David. It makes no sense. It's to him. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, maybe it comes up because they were talking about Epstein Island, but I mean, if I'm wrong, can you guys explain how her saying that to him is about Epstein Island? She says about you R-ing little kids, right? I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe she doesn't say you about. Either way, she's not reading a comment. So I got to go back and see how she words that. I think it's to him. I really do. Anyway, Dane says, and isn't the stream where Celeste was like, it's controversial of you? Yes. Are in little kids or kids, I think she says, or something along those lines to David before she panicked. Was that why you said, oh no? And Sophia says, I was watching that stream. They made a joke about the Epstein Island because some big figures in the industry was in the flight log. People brought up the topic on his stream. That's why they said that cause of the news. That's why they said that because of that news. And also I said, oh no, I don't want people to hear them say it. And then this person says, I believe this screenshot from a previous stream now deleted. So this is a video. This screenshot's been going around for 8 months now. It's from 12/13/23, which she was with him that day, which I think we went over on that Celeste Discord timeline. I think I included it where I think we already got that where it shows them together, posting pictures together, and it's on that day. So yeah, they probably did do a stream that day. Anyway, somebody says, who's the girl? And then David says, you are a Fed. And then he posts this 9/4. I don't know why that's included on there, but 9/4/25, the American singer was accused. I don't know. I don't know why that was included in the video. But anyway, let's hear what she says. I actually have the one where the R's not bleeped out. None of the words are, but I don't know where it's at, so or at the moment, but for right now, let's just listen to that again. Because I swear she says you are in kids, but let me just double check. watch it over real quick.
Your media
I personally don't.
Yo, I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Okay, she does say our kids. Okay, she doesn't say you. She says of our little kid or our kids. But she's not reading a comment, so I don't know. And the other reason I think that they're talking to each other is because he says, I media trained you. He's talking to her. That's not, and she responds to that, right? And he's not talking about Epstein media training anybody. He's talking to her, right? Am I like not understanding this right? Either way, we see he's a freaking what he did. So I guess it doesn't matter necessarily what he said in that or who it was actually directed to or who she was directing it to. We know what happened now. I mean, he was a sick. He had stuff on his phone. Okay, so let me continue with this here that David did. So it doesn't seem that far-fetched that they maybe had brought up the Epstein Island. Because I'm thinking, since she responded to that, where somebody said, I remember that, referring to that stream, I'm thinking that was a typo, and what she was saying is that I'll skip through this. Sorry, guys. I'm going to skip through some of the rambling from 2 months ago. On there, so he's like, the word. And so y'all talk nowadays? And Sophia says, everyone in the server does. I'll just read that. Sophia says, they're talking about that Epstein Island. Asher says, yeah. Sophia says, one time he called me because he's trying to delete. And Jazz says, she all talking nowadays? Does. Okay. Oh, wait. And then Sophia says, everyone in server does. Nowadays? And Sophia says, everyone in the server does. Okay, so now we're going to jump forward to February 5th, 2025 at 7:51 p.m. Sophia says, David forgot to stream Zerks. She tags Zerks. So those of you maybe that haven't been following this real close, that KZWLA is Zerks. He changed his name back when all this stuff kind of went down, but it's 100% Zerks. Anyway, so Zerk says, I know, he texted me right now. And then he sends, he attaches a screenshot of their texting where I guess David says, big dog, this David. You'll see Zerks kind of likes to brag that he talks to David, and you could see it. It's so clear. I mean, it's so obvious that he's kind of bragging, like he thinks it's really cool that he's talking to him. Probably not so much cool now anymore, huh, Zerks? But yeah. I mean, I guess in the moment, David was kind of, famous, internet famous and stuff. So, I mean, I kind of get it when people get excited that they're talking to their, like, idol or whatever. In response to Zerk saying, I know, he's texting me right now. A little bit of braggy brag. Sophia says, troll him with that leak I sent you, with a crying face. And then she says, Zerks, I feel like I should give you Team David, because you already part of the label. And then Zerk says, LMFAO, basically. And then Zerk says, I have talked to them more in the past month than you guys have all year, with 3 crying faces. And then he tags Sophia. And then he says, stream soon, guys, with 4 exclamation points. Then he sends a screenshot of David texting him saying, about to hop on Cord. So it's basically telling him David's about to be on Discord. And then Viper says, this server about to be so annoying because everybody's going to be sucking up to David. And then that Negevin says, gatekeep, bro, with a broken heart. And he's talking about him basically talking to David. He said, gatekeep that, like responding to Zerks attaching that text message from David. And then Ben says, didn't have to share this super duper jalooper news. And One Tornado says, no way, bruh, it's actually happening. And he's referring to Zerk's post with David saying that he's about to be on Discord. That's the attachment he's responding to. So he's getting all excited. David's about to be on Discord. Indecision says, he tags David and says, David, ever heard of touching you where the sun don't shine? Okay. And then Zerk says, I just brought him back, y'all. And X says, David, save yourself before it's too late. Some of these MFs are odd. I agree with that. Some of these people are very odd on Discord. Jose says, we need the track list like right now. And Negevin says, thank you, King. talking to Zerks about bringing him back on Discord. And then Hag says, I love Zerks, brah. He a real one. And then he says, F you. And Zerk says, I'm off call now, and posts the thing where it shows that David started a call that lasted 25 minutes. So basically he was on a call with David for 25 minutes. And then Sophia responds to that and says, E-sex, question mark? With the, well, you see the big face, the big emoji face. And Zerk says, you know it. Okay. What? But what do you think he was joking about that? So he basically, Zerks, you'll see Zerks posting like screenshots to show that he was talking to David on this Discord, like on a call with him. He does it a few times. One time it's like he's on for, I think a couple hours with him. This time he was on for what, half hour? And then Sophia says E-sex, and he says, you know it. Do you think he's joking? Or he's being, I mean, he doesn't say I'm joking. I don't know. And the reason, there's another video we'll get to farther down a little bit later. It's a few, probably not until 4 more videos. I mean tonight, but not for a little bit. But you'll see there's a picture of a guy, and David is like talking about how he wants him or whatever, like in a sexual way. So I don't know if David goes both ways. Ever, man. You're cool, Zerks. What the heck? So do you think Zerks really did have E-sex with David, or is he just messing around? Leave your answer in the comments. I'm just curious. Viper says, I would love to have E-sex with David. And Benji says, E-sex is underrated. And Hag says, I'm bored as F. In response to Zerk saying, you know it, to Sophia about having E-sex with David, Meat Muncher says, damn, brah, without me? Question mark. Hag says, I'm gonna see if I don't get lazy. And Zerk says, okay. And Sophia says, Zerks, now ask Nitro from your boss. You're his e-kitten. And Zerk says, so he's basically quoting what David said. And David says, I'll try to be more active in here. From David, basically. Now we're going to read some messages where Zerks is kind of bragging some more about talking to David and stuff. Okay, so you can see Zerks posted this thing that says gulp, and it looks like he's playing some kind of game online with David. And you can see that David has 30 eliminations, and Zerksify he's been eliminated 30 times. So it's just another kind of showing off that he's playing this with David. Then we have Zerks post another thing, screenshot of David messaging Zerks and saying, thank you, Zerksify. And Zerks puts LOLZ. And I have a copy somewhere else. I don't know where it's at. My father's, where it doesn't have the stuff marked off. And it's just Burks. It's just his last name. So he's probably, because he's posting this in the public Discord, so I guess he thinks that people can't just look up what David's real name is, maybe? I don't know, but it just says his full name. On the Discord post. I don't know why he crosses off his last name or whatever he crossed off. I mean, everybody in Zerks posts a picture of them, and he tags deleted user, whoever that is. And so we're coming close to the day. So we're March 29th, 2025. Zerks posts this picture of David and Jason the Ween. They're making of that video they made together. It says legendary. So deleted user responds to that picture and says yes. And then Zerk says, he just said my name, I'm screaming. And deleted user says, you're so real. So Zerks is referring to, I guess, Jason the Ween and David were on a stream together, and Jason the Ween said his name, so he's freaking out, like in a good way. Okay, so now Gavin says, what happened, bro? And then he puts Jason the Ween with 2 hearts and heart hands. And Kay says, the fact I've just sat here through the whole 4 hours of Jason and David's stream. And Paul says, I didn't even know they was streaming, bruh. Not until now. And Kay says, they was doing the music video. And this is kind of just a random one that I found from that time period, where Gooper says, I quit on David. Industry plant. I quit. I'm out. And posts this picture of David laying on the ground, and it says, I guess you could say I'm withered. Ha 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 ha, and a bunch of ha-has. So I've noticed a lot of people are just not liking what they see in 2025. And I'm going to do another video where everybody's hating on him. And it seems like something happens in 2025 where he starts acting different that people stop liking him, which is very interesting now, knowing what we know now, because that would have been the time that Celeste's death happened, would have been sometime in 2025, right? Okay, so this next part is Zerks sharing a screenshot of him and David messaging back and forth. Now, I didn't screenshot all of the conversation that was happening before that about people were saying how I haven't done the video yet on the conversation that was happening before that about his songs being leaked and stuff. So people in chat were talking about like all of his songs getting leaked and basically before the album came out. So that's why you'll see Zerks telling David, "Oh shoot, David." And David says, "Yeah," and he says, "You're shit. I think they got all of it, the songs." And David says, "Happy April Fools." And Zerk says, "Oh," with a serious face or whatever. So what I'm guessing is maybe he leaked fake songs. It wasn't actually the songs on the album, I'm guessing is what that means. So I probably will end up doing a video of that conversation where I do end up doing a video. I wish I would have put it in this so this made sense. Because Zerks, people are telling Zerks, like, look, leaked songs and it's all coming out. And Zerks, like, you could tell he's like, shoot, like, these people are leaking David's new album, right? So Zerks, right after that, messages David. And so what I'm gathering is David, the April Fools, is he was leaking fake stuff to people for some reason. And then I don't know. I maybe seen if Zerks would tell him or somebody would tell him. I don't know what his reasoning was, but that's what that's about. Everybody's in chat talking about the April 1st. Now we're jumping forward to April 4th, 12:17 a.m. So now we're April 4th, 2025. Zerk says, "We done," and posts a thing that shows David started a call that lasted 3 hours yesterday at 9:13 p.m. So what the heck? I mean, he's pretty close with Zerks. It sounds like they talked for 3 hours on April 4th. Basically showing everybody that he just talked to David for 3 hours. So yesterday, 9:13, 3 hours would be 10, 11, 12, 13. So he just got off of it because now it's 12:17 a.m. So he has to kind of brag it up. Look, I just talked to David for 3 hours. Anyway. And then young Sheldon writes, "Album finish confirmed, question mark?" And Zerk says, "Yes." And then Billy says, "Did you have a sleep call with David?" And Zerk says, "You know it." And A says, "Gay." And then Benji says, "He snore, question mark?" And Zerk says, "Yes." And Benji says, "Racista." And deleted user says, "Did the track list change at all, question mark?" And Zerk says, "Yes." So now we're at April 8th, so 4 days later, 12:37 a.m. Zerk says, "I hate and love David. We always be having convos, then he just dips." D1K146 hater says, "He's a busy person though." And Zerk says, "He isn't even." And then Zerk says, "Least busy artist I know." Wow. He's kind of bashing David, basically saying he's not even busy. The least busy artist that he knows, like he doesn't do crap or something. Wow. Like, I don't understand though, because this is in David's Discord, so he could read it. Like, why would Zerks write that? I guess to try to just get his attention, like he says in one of the messages, to just get him to respond. But I mean, it doesn't look good if you're trying to impress your boy. And then Zerk says, "I hate David." And then he puts in parentheses, "manifesting, because this makes him respond back faster. ... Ignore. End of parentheses." Well, that's just kind of what I was just saying before, how he's trying to get him to respond. Trust him. But his I just read. This is basically 3 weeks from the last message I just. Okay, so you know what I might do? Because I have more on April of the Discord. So when I made these videos, I was trying to separate them in like kind of like topics or like what they were talking about instead of dates. So you know what? Maybe I don't know if I should go find the 4 The ones were more where they talk on 425, hold on, and then come back to this since it's 9-1. No, we'll just continue it. So it's gonna jump around a little bit, because I'm gonna do other videos after that, which will be back in like April again. But let's just go because I don't want to get it. I'll have like videos everywhere and I'll forget. So okay, just read. So jumping ahead 3 weeks, and it says, well, a little over 3 weeks. So we're at September 1st, 2025 at 1:21 a.m. So now we're looking at 7 days before they find remains in David's car. So basically a week before they find Celeste in David's car. Ghosty says, "You got David's number, don't you?" And Zerk says, "Of course," with a question mark. I don't know why he puts a question mark on there. And then Zerk says, "I met David after years of texting him online. Yesterday, it was crazy. Years of working for him." So I'm thinking Zerks means he was able to get David's number from years of working for him. And then Nathan says, "Oh, nice. How short is he?" And Zerk says, "Super. His hair makes him look taller." And Nathan says, "How's the deluxe, brother?" And Zerk says, "Fire." I know I say Nathan weird, but he has that capital other son to the next crying face and said, "Withered or marcescence?" And then Zerk says, both." And then Nathan says, "As long as it's as good as Withered, I'll take it." And Zerk says, "It is. All genres on there. It's a mixtape." And then night. So remember, he had, by this time, by September, beginning of September, he had already released his album, Withered, but he hasn't released his deluxe. The deluxe was supposed to be released a certain day. He ends up releasing it in a couple weeks into September. But remember, he's supposed to have this big release party, I think on the 19th, I think it was. And then he ends up releasing it on the 16th or something because of everything. Because them finding Celeste in his car. So he doesn't have like this big thing that he was going to have originally releasing it. Nathan says, "Good." And Ghosty says, "Tell him I personally hate him for not getting I'm in love cleared sooner." And Zerk says, "There's better." And then Zerk says, "Bro." And Ben says, "Goon Squad United," which we learned what gooning and gooner did. What, Zerk? David coming? Sorry. And Zerk says, "Can you guys act?" On to Zerk saying bro and says, sorry, when I fast forward, I know it's what, Zerks? And Zerk says, "Can you guys act normal?" And Will says, "Is David coming back to this chord?" Ghosty answers Zerk's question about if they could act normal. And he says, "You forget whose server we're in." Yeah, exactly. Look whose server. David. He's probably the worst of all of them, the way he acts. Will says, "Only reason I can see why you would say such a thing." And Zerk says, in response to, "Is David coming back to this chord?" Zerk says, "He busy with Callie right now." Ben says, "I like to think normal is just a mindset that everyone sees differently." And Will responds to Zerk's comment that David's busy with Callie. He says, "Two goats." And Ben says, "I mean, David low-key on the same timing we on, bruh." Yeah, exactly what I said, basically, but in different words. And Will says, "He ain't wrong, to be fair," I'm guessing. And Cord says, "Goon Squad." And Ben says, "Where's that one picture of David talking about gooning with some white stuff on his face?" Haha, see, he's calling him out. Calling Zerks out. Oh, I didn't even realize that was in here. That's the, I use that on the thumbnail. Hold on. Let me pull up the picture he's talking about. Hold on one second. Might as well pull it up. It's gotta be. But this is dated August 9th, and this is from September 1st. But sometimes he'll post things in different platforms on different days, I've noticed. So, oh yeah, because this looks like, I'll take, oh shoot, hold on. This looks like this was posted, that's not even David's, extra David maybe. So this was probably posted on his main page sometime before September 1st. But this is the one he's talking about. It's gotta be where it says, "I gooned again." You guys know what gooned is, right? Look that up, what it is. Maybe later I'll go over it again, but it's just all you gotta do is Google it real quick. And a lot of like, I feel like predators, it's like, I know it's not necessarily, but I feel like, I don't know, they shouldn't be brag about like, oh, Gooner. And then if you guys haven't seen this, hold on. This is the most disturbing one right here.
Oh, bro, I'm a gooner. I'm a gooner. I'm a gooner.
Now I know there's more, there's like a longer clip, but I had watched the longer clip and to me it still plays the same for me. I still feel like he's talking about being Gooner in a weird, gross face. He does have this up on the screen. So regardless why, he's got these young girls up on screen. Now we know what he had on his phone. He's talking about being a Gooner, which you know what that means. That he literally, I mean, that's what he's meaning it to be. And he's like, and the way he's making his face, someone's like, I can't control himself. I mean, that's how I'm taking it. And we have the date he was live streaming it. I love when we get these kind of clips because this is his screen. So this is the exact time and day he live streamed this was July 23rd, 2025 at 8:05 p.m. is when him and Asia were live streaming this. So July 23rd, 2025. So this would have been 3 months after the murder. Not even. Or yeah, no, 3 months. Exactly. Oh, wait, did I do that right? Yeah. 3 months, exactly 3 months after the murder. He's with Asia here. Whether or not what he was responding to, I'm a gooner. I mean, he's got this video of I'm a gooner, I'm a gooner. I don't know. Watching the extra couple seconds, which I don't know, I have to go find that is on Salone's channel. Watching the extra couple seconds still does not change what my perception of this video. Because I know some people are like, that's not what it is. Yeah, it is. We know what, look what gooner means. Look how he's acting. He does have this up. I don't know. He's just gross. And then posting that picture of with the stuff on his face, just sick. I'm sorry. And now we know like stuff he had on his phone and stuff with young girls. And this is the AI version of what gooning is. You can look slang term for often hours long sexual practice involving intense repeated edging to achieve a trance-like state of high arousal. It generally involves heavy consumption of PORN, and is sometimes done in a dedicated multi-screen spaces, goon caves, to maximize sensory input. Yeah. So that's just generally what it is. Okay. So, and that's why people Goon Squad, they're in his Discord like Goon Squad, and you saw that picture that we just put up. He posted this. I gooned again with, like, he knows he's got so many young girls and young guys watch him that are like kids. This is the stuff, this is the kind of the role model you're going to be. This is the stuff you're going to post. I don't know. All right, let's continue this video. Because Zerks is like, since they said like Goon United or whatever, Zerks is like, can you guys act normal? And they're like calling him out like, David's the one going around gooning and talking about gooning and acting like an idiot. I'm not saying I agree that he should act that way. I'm saying I agree that he does act that way though. And I'm saying it's like hypocritical for Zerks to judge them when they're all a bunch of well, the main point is David. David is the main person that does all that. So he's going to attract like-minded people, you know? And then we got another one saying, well, Cord saying Goon Squad and then Ghosty saying Goon Squad Unite. Oh, my lordy. And then Land saying group gooning, and Gert says peak. Land says in 5 minutes, and Will says let's all goon together. And Ghosty saying goon squad unite again. And then Ben saying Zerks, you down with the goon squad or nah? Wow. Got Will saying group gooning in 5 minutes. And Anathema saying group gooning is wild. I hope they're really joking. I really do. But a part of me thinks they go in those group chats and do that very thing. And some of them are not of age. In my opinion, I don't know. I can't prove it, but I feel like there's probably different ages. I should say inappropriate mixes of ages that shouldn't be together talking about gooning. And then we got Zerk saying, bro. And Shark Nadan says, anyone. And Zerk says, what is going on? And Shark Nadan says, guys, I escaped. And Will says, I want to mute you. And Shark Nadan says, mute me then. And Zerk says, what is going on? And Land says, group gooning. And Zerk says, this is why he's not in chat ever. I actually don't think that's why he's not, because he acts the exact same way. You ever seen him in some of those live streams? That's, oh my God, he acts worse. So I don't think that's it. I think he's just, I don't know, busy doing other things maybe. Busy hooking up with minors and manipulating them and God knows what else. Okay, so Ben says, this is David's influence. 100% agree on that. In response to Zerk saying this is why he's not in chat. And Gert says, sadly, yeah. And Fervid says, Goon Squad, I feel good. I think that's what that stands for, IFG. In response to Zerk saying, this is why he's not in chat, Ben says, dog, he acts like this on media, with the heartbreaking emoji thingy. And 100% agree with Ben. He does act like that. I was just saying that exact thing. Maddie says, I'm not with him. Please don't put me with him. And Ben says, this is David's influence. And Zerk says, this is why I hate him. And Will says, real. Wait a minute, that makes no sense, okay? You're bragging about talking to him. You're talking about why this is why he doesn't come in here. And then everybody's basically disagreeing with you, talking about how David's the influence. He's like the bad influence, and he's the one that's attracting these type of people because that's what he's putting out there. And now you're just like changing to fit in with everybody saying, oh yeah, this is why I hate him. Referring to David, like this is why I hate David, when normally you're bragging about talking to him and acting like he's like some god. Oh my Lord. Okay, Ben says, hashtag Zerk stop changing his name. And Zerk says, nope, roll 10. And Ghosty says, Skylar said I could have it. And Maddie says, roll 10. What the heck's roll 10? Oh my Lord. Do they have the rules on the Discord? Gotta see what roll 10 is. Okay, so I just learned that they do have the rules listed. Like I said, somebody archived the whole Discord. Anyway, so rule 10 is offensive names and profile pictures. You will be asked to change your name or picture if staff deems it inappropriate. So that's rule 10. I should read all the rules sometime. I guess only if it comes up. Look at this rule. Rule 8 is NSFW. So if you're not familiar with what that stands for, it's not safe for work or not suitable for work. So basically, it warns you that maybe you should not be viewing this during working hours or on your work computer. Okay. Any NSFW media or gore will immediately lead to you being permanently banned from the server. Hello, they were talking about it. Dave was talking about how he loves it. That's crazy, and it's one of his rules. Song leaks is one of them. Leaks of David's unreleased songs are not permitted in the server and will lead to further punishment unless the song in question is a song that David has leaked on here before or was put in David's archive. So Zerk says, argument will result in action. And Ghosty says, Skylar said I could have it. And Zerk says, well, people were talking about it, so it can't be that. And then he says, they were saying shit. And then Zerk says, long story. And Maddie says, who? And Zerk says, a bunch of people. They were mad. Try and fly. Okay, so that one's that. So let me, like I said, if you want to check out these, I have them all on my pre-records. Okay, so let me, hold on, let me remove this one, or let me get the next one up. Look at my Zeekster. How cute is he? How cute is he? All right, let me save this on already played. keeping track of the ones I've already played for you here. Okay. So that's that. Now I'm going to play another one of my videos. Let's do the one from... Okay. So here is this one. It's one of my videos I did February 28th, 2026. It's called Did Zerks Have Access to David's Accounts and Data, etc.? How connected was Zerks? Oh, sorry. How connected was Zerks? Because you'll see it looks like he had access to David's stuff. So I'm almost thinking he was able to be in his accounts the way it's like he had access to his data, you'll see. But look, so this David is doing this live stream with these guys, and who's back here? Robbie Rob boy. Stuff pertaining to Zerks, just some interesting things to data and stuff. 5 at 2:02 a.m. He basically sends a screenshot of a live that David's doing, and you could see it's his house, his mansion, and he's doing. Hold on, I want to see. I want to make sure I didn't miss any. Okay, yeah. Live that David's doing, and you could see it's his house, his mansion, and he's doing this live stream, and he always shows like how many vinyls he's had signed each live stream or whatever, counting. And then because he's always trying to like, advertise like when David's live so people know to go check it out. Now we have February 10th, 2025, 11:49 p.m. You could see it's him, Zerks, and David up there on the stream. And it says stream sun soon. Probably going to start soon. I wish I could find some where I could hear Zerks talking to him. I found a few clips on Twitch, on the Twitch clips, where you see Zerks up there, but David's talking to somebody else. But I'm still going through them, so hopefully some will come up where we could hear him and Zerks talking. But I did do a video way back, probably like a month ago or a few weeks ago, where I played some of Zerks talking in Discord with some girl. But it was on the end of one of my videos, so I don't know if a lot of people made it to the end of it. Maybe I'll 10 a.m. He's got creator dashboard up, and you could see it says you're live. Welcome, David. So he's showing that he's live so people can come over and watch. But the interesting thing is this Zerks posting this, right? And it's saying you're live, like it's him, right? So he must have access to this, right? Right? Because it's saying David's live, but Zerks takes in the screenshot and it's saying which means he's in David's account, basically, right? Am I looking at this right? There's more than just that as far as why I think he has the data, because you'll see what I'm talking about. But that's just one of the things. So I don't know if there's anything to this, but I don't know. Let me fast forward. Okay. So now we're at February 11th, 2025. So now we're later on that evening. I mean, it's still February 11th, 4:47 p.m. Deleted user says, Rob is awesome. And Zerk says, he is. And then Zerk posts a screenshot of him talking to Rob. And Rob says to Zerks, nice and early for you tonight, Zerks. And you could also see that Lane Cooperstein is in that conversation too. 4:48 p.m. For those of you guys that just maybe maybe you're just starting to follow this case, Rob is Dave's manager that was very hands-on, that was like with him when he live streamed, when he did events. He'd help dress him. He was always filming him with his phone. He was always there. And Lane, I think, was Rob's girlfriend. And what kind of job did she have? Manager? She was manager to, or she was dang it, what was the company? But she worked for David too. I think she worked for Rob. Dang it, I forget exactly, but she was helped managing David. And we think a lot of us think that Rob and Lane were maybe still are girlfriend and boyfriend. So that's why I feel like it's important to see what Rob was doing, because I think if David confided or had to confide because somebody's seen something in anybody, I feel like it would be Rob, because it would be really hard to hide stuff, I feel like, from Rob, because Rob was always there. Zerk says, earlier stream tonight. KBZ says, "See?" Like, yes, question mark. The cat says, yes. KBZ says, K pro, which I think that's saying, what a pro. Because the other way around, poor K means why. But I looked it up just in case, because I'm not a pro in Spanish, but it's showing it's what a pro. And deleted user says, he loves yo. And deleted user is responding to the attachment, which that attachment is the screenshot where Zerks shows him and Rob talking, where Rob says, nice and early for you tonight, Zerks. And Zerks responds to the deleted user saying he loves you. And Zerks responds by saying, as he should, with two heart faces or whatever. Okay, real quick though. Who said that? Cat's ear. You're probably in the vertical streams. So, you guys remember, if you don't want to be in the vertical stream, I do vertical and horizontal. It's this thing YouTube's recommending it for people. So you just do the same stream and it goes to the verticals and it goes to the horizontal. So if you're in the vertical stream where it's like it goes this way and not widescreen, and you don't want to be in there, just go to my lives and get on the other one. I'll send a link here, but just for future, so you know, just go to the other one. Let me just send a link though, really quick. I'll send a link in here, and in mods, maybe if you could do that, if you could share it once in a while and let people know, hey, if you're in the vertical and you want horizontal, so that's the horizontal live. And if you guys, hold on. So you guys know how to do it. You know how to like find the lives and videos on a channel, right? So like, here's my homepage. If you're on my homepage, oh, this is kind of small. Let me try to make it bigger. You have home. Here, let me just make it all the way really quick. It has the home. How do I make it just all? Okay. It has home, videos is where my pre-records are. Lives is right here. So now my home screen has both. So a lot of the times if I'm actually live in that moment, it'll be right here, and just go to, there's the vertical, horizontal, and then you go to the vertical. The vertical always has this little symbol here. If you want the horizontal or if you want the vertical. So if I am currently live, it should just be on the home page. If not, you just go on the live and you'll see all my lives. See how there's 2 for every one, and you just click on whatever one you want. That's all. Okay. And then Zerks posts a picture of Rob, February 15th at 1:01. And we know that arcade is in the garage, which is kind of eerie thinking, because that's the garage is where the dismemberment took place, as far as what the law enforcement think, right? So remember, he had this arcade in the garage. He did that live stream with whatchamacallit, is it Cat's Eye? Remember, he was they were playing games and stuff. A.m. of Rob in that arcade room, which I'm sure you guys have seen from the Twitch streams, which I'll be playing more clips on live streams coming up, but they play a lot in that arcade there in the garage, right? And that's in the garage of his mansion. Then we got February 27th, 11:56 p.m. Zerks tags a deleted user in Sophia and says, I'm blushing, and sends a screenshot of him and Rob talking. So he's blushing from him and Rob talking. So Rob says to Zerks, go off, Zerks, with the king crown. And Red Rookie says, you're an actual legend. So that made Zerks blush, and he had to go show it off to everybody in Discord. Oh, he also said, pinning it on my wall. Deleted responds to that by saying, "Oh my God, slay." And Zerk says, "Rob saying go off to me is top 3 bucket list items." Really? Rob telling you go off is one of your bucket list items. Wow. Obsessed much? What the heck? Now we're going to skip about a month ahead, March 25th, 2025, 9:21 p.m. Zerks at 2023, bro, and sends a screenshot where it's by Fury, and it says, this Fury says, "How's Zerks even bad at being a clip bot?" Shaking my head. This guy can't do anything. And it shows somebody replying saying, "LMAO, bro," which I'm guessing is probably Zerks, right? Now we're going to jump ahead to May 1st, 2025, 4:19 p.m. Deleted user says, "Yo, Zerks post a screenshot of David texting him saying, 'You can send to Kylie.'" And then deleted user says, "Yay," which is another context clue that's probably Kylie that's saying yay. So Kylie's probably that deleted user in that conversation. Seems like a lot of the videos in the Discord conversations that I've been picking out that have been interesting is Kylie that's the deleted user in them. Now we're at May 13th. Ben says Rob is something really quick. So we're at 5:33. What was this date? Hold on one sec. I just want to see something. Okay, we go to 2, 3. This one doesn't have 4, but one of the videos has a couple more has like the April right around that time. So it must be the next video. Okay, so where are we at? 5. Saying yay. So Kylie's probably that deleted user that I've been picking out. The 13th, Ben says Rob is joining question mark, and Zerk says he said he would. Anyways, tell me why I wake up with a message from David's manager telling me I'm now David's brother's manager. And Ben says good. So 5:13. What was the one? Hold on, I want to see something. So this what I just read right here was from May 1st. And a lot of the times they screenshot it right away. It's like the same day. So I'm guessing that he texted this to David on May 1st, which we know May 1st was one of the days he ordered some stuff, right? Was that one of the days he made a trip out there? I have to go bring that document up. Okay, so let me skip forward, and then we're jumping to May 13th. Now, May 13th is the day that David gets into Asia. What country? Hold on, I gotta bring up the hold on, I have it right here. Yes, okay. Hold on, the timeline. May 13th, he is just interesting because Rob's with him there too. So it's just kind of interesting now to see where they're all at. So May 13th, if you remember, he's in Malaysia. May 14th, he goes to Bangkok, Thailand. And then May 15th, oh, I spelled that wrong. It's supposed to be Manila or Manila, Philippines. And then May 18th, I spelled Philippines wrong. 2 typos like crazy. I'll fix it. May 18th is Jakarta, Indonesia. And then we know he goes to Tokyo. So yeah, so May 13th, remember he gets to, I don't mean to do that. Hold on. That clip with his sister. Here he is with his sister. He's in Malaysia with his family, obviously, and he says, "We made it to Asia. Who's ready to hear the album live for free? Should I do a free show in more cities?" Here he is performing, and it says, "Here with me," featuring my little sister in Malaysia. So he's got his sister up on stage. He posts, "Should she get a feature on the deluxe album? Coming soon." And there's his set list: Sleep Well, Crashing Sky, Somewhere in the Middle, Romantic Homicide, Feel It, Afterlife, and Here with Me. And then this is posted May 14th. Not sure if the video was taken May 14th, but I had already, this timeline is on my pre-records if you want to check it out. But let's get back to this. Okay. So he is in Asia on this day right here. For this Discord here. Question mark. And Zerk says, he said he would. Anyways, tell me why I wake up with a message from David's manager telling me I'm now David's brother's manager. And Ben says, good luck with that. And Zerk says, everyone go stream Caleb on all plats. There's some bet going on. And Caleb is David's brother. And A
now,
says hello.
And we know from some of the interviews how David said that Caleb was getting into music too. Remember, he was going to do anime, but then he decided on music. So well, Caleb, your brother just screwed up that for you, screwed that up majorly for you, because let's say you really are, a good person and you're nothing like your brother. You're not like somebody that would kill somebody. And, but now, I don't know. I mean, I guess with our society, I could see it helping them. Who freaking knows? But I mean, I would say it screwed it up. What do you guys think? Because now you got a bad name, somebody that's like, all right.
Hello? Question mark. And Zerk says hello. And David 3 Amy says, oh, okay, bet. And Zerk says yes. So she's asking, oh, like a bet? And Shinwa says, bro got a 9 to 5 now. And Zerk says, Ben had one. How do I get Caleb more streams? And Ben says, Bose, whatever that means. Boss, probably boss. And we're going to jump up about another month. So we're at June 11th, 2025. Zerks ats Rob, David's manager. And Rob says, yo. And Zerk says, welcome to the server, Rob. And Rob says, some big things coming to this Discord soon. Get ready and hope to see you all at tour shows. Yeah, psht, boy.
So we just jumped through. So we're June 11th, 2025. Okay. Rob is in David's Discord now. And Zerks is talking to him. So Zerks at Rob, he tags him or whatever, and then Rob says, yo, and he just joined. Rob just joined Discord. So Zerks is like, hey, welcome to the server. And Rob's like, some big things coming to this Discord soon. Get ready and hope to see you all at tour shows. Yeah, some really big things. You're, what do you call him? What would you call him? Okay, he's David's manager. So what is he? What do you call David? I'm just, what's the word for it? But you're the guy you manage, murdered somebody a couple of months ago, and yeah, he's about to be banned from this Discord, or from Discord period. He loses his account. Oh, but look, he's got, how does he have this little David symbol beside his? Huh.
Did big things come? Big things for sure. And then Will posts some picture of Rob, and it says, why Rob got my purse on. And you can see him wearing like a purse or whatever.
I think that's David's purse, right? David's bag. Isn't that one that has the patches on it, maybe? I can't tell. But it would make sense if he's holding it for him.
That looks like the same purse I pointed out on the couch. I mean, I can't say for sure because you can't see too much of it, but it looks like it could be that one on the couch at the Doheny house. I pointed out on my last stream. Anyway, Will puts Queen activity. Now we're going to jump forward a couple months. So now we're at August 6th, 2025. So this will be about a month before they find Celeste. Zerk says, was anyone here waiting outside today and met David? Question mark. If so, let me know. I got videos. And the leader says, is he gonna do that at every show? I'd bust. Do y'all know what VIP gets? Just early entry? Question mark. And Zerk says, before and after, if you're early. Talking about if he's gonna meet his fans, or are they gonna get to meet him or whatever. So now August 7th, the next day, well, actually, it'll be really the same night because it's 12:52 a.m. Yuno says, you were at the concert too? Asking Zerks. And Zerks says, nah, I just have access to all their footage. That's interesting. Cammy says, he called me him Sharpie plug. And Zerk says, ah ha ha, sick. Which one are you? I might have the footage. Cammy, are you the one who made the shirts with the 4 on the back? And she says, yes, sir. And Zerk says, ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh, sick. And then attaches the video and says, the other one will send in a bit. It's a big file, LOL.
Just want to point this out. This was the one that I played in a live stream. I played one of these videos and I was wonder if that's Zerks holding. No, it's not. I'm just going to skip me rambling on because, like I said, these were videos I was talking months ago. So some things we figured out already. He was asking Rob if he had to get in touch with Rob yet, and it seemed really important. There was a look of serious. Yeah, I played that. I was gonna make a short on that. I need to make a short on that. Did you see that? Uh, Rufio banning? I still have to make a short on that. I had pointed that out last week or whatever. Yes.
I got one.
Cammy said he or she's the person that made those shirts, I guess. I don't know which one he or she actually is. And then Cammy says, "You actually got footage? Can I see it, please?" And Zerk sends this other video and it says, "It'll be in the vlog tomorrow." So when David does those vlogs. So I wonder if Zerks is the one that edits him. Maybe for Zerks edits some of David's stuff too. Because to have access to all the footage, maybe that's why.
That's crazy. Insane. Twin, good to see you again, brother. Good to see you, man. Are you ready? Not that hot. It was hotter last time.
I'm like sweating.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sweating.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. Hey.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I came just to impress. I love this shirt. Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I love the hoodies, love the shirts. Come on now. What's going on, twin? Oh, that shirt is hard. That's what I'm talking about. You see the back? Yeah. You made that yourself? Yeah. Hi. How you doing?
Good, and you?
Get a picture of the back. Awesome. Oh, yep. Kill it. Let me see both of y'all. Stay posted. Boom. Awesome.
And then Cammy says, "Actually, oh my God," in response to Zerks telling her it'll be in the vlog tomorrow. And then Chris. So you guys realize he's saying that he has all those videos, all the data, all the videos that would be these videos that David's taking at these shows. Zerks is the one that is putting them out. And he said it'll be in the vlog tomorrow. So he's the one editing, obviously, and putting some of the stuff out. So, yeah, I mean, he's definitely close to David and he helps him out. So it just makes me wonder, maybe Zerks doesn't know anything. Maybe I don't know what, but I mean the fact that tattoo comment, like you guys were talking about, like I showed in my last live and months ago showed it, that's very concerning about him telling people but did not say anything about the tattoo before Celeste was even identified. I just wish he would do some kind of interview and explain what that was about and how he knew about the tattoo, because it's leaving a lot of us like thinking that he was aware of it. I don't think he's involved in the murder or anything like that, but I think maybe he knew or something. Then that might be Christian. Never seen it spelled with a K. Anyway, Christian says, "My phone ran out of storage during Feel It, so I didn't even get a video of it or Romantic Homicide." And Zerk says, "What show? I can send. Anyone who meets David before or after the show and sees that it's being recorded at me and let me know, and I'll see if I can send you the footage." And then Zerk says, "Same with photos of Rob." And then Zerk's pinned a message. And then Zerk says, "What show?" And Christian says, "Phoenix, day 2, just right now." So it must have been that night. And Zerk says, "I'll let you know tomorrow if it's in the folder." And Cammy says, "Do you also record Bryant Barnes footage or nah?" And Zerk says, "I don't record any footage. JM does." And JM would be Josh Marshall, his other manager. And then Zerk says, "I just work with them and have all the footage they shoot. No, I don't have Bryant's." And Cammy says, "Do you have contact with JM? Because I wanted the cameraman POV of Bryant handing me the mic and singing." And she has a picture of, oh, that's her. That's the, so JM, I'm pretty sure is Josh Marshall, which is David's other manager. And so you see Zerks, let me rewind it. You see Zerks saying, I don't record any footage, JM does. I just work with him and have all the footage they shoot. Handing me the mic and singing. And she has a picture of, oh, that's her. That's the Cammy. Wow. That'd be cool. I mean, if it's an artist that you like, you know. Okay, now we're going to jump forward about a week. We're at August 14th, 2025 at 11:46 p.m. Deleted user says, can't even go to the concert. Heartbroken. Zerk says, why? And deleted says, family thing. Breakin says, which date? Deleted says, the 16th. Zerk says, oh, you can't make it? Deleted says, nope. And Zerk says, I should tell Rob then. And deleted says, yes. But I don't understand, just because somebody can't make a concert, you're going to tell Rob? He doesn't need to know. Like, people miss concerts, they don't have to tell the manager unless if they were a part of the crew. You know what I'm saying? I guess maybe this deleted user is Kylie, but she's just like a mod or admin or whatever for Discord. I don't know. But it kind of shows Zerk's place too, though. He's like, okay, we need to tell Rob. And deleted says, I DM'd D4, which is David, but he hasn't seen it yet. And Breakin says, I'm sorry you can't go. And deleted user says, it's fine. And Zerk says, did I tell him already? So I don't know if it's supposed to be, did you tell him already? I don't know. And deleted says, I think so, yeah. Wait, tell him what? And Zerk says, that you can't make it to the show. And Breakin says, I hope I get to meet him, chat. And deleted says, you will most likely. So deleted is responding back to Zerk saying that you can't make it to the show. Like, did you tell him? And deleted says, no, I can't contact him. And Zerk says, so I guess I'll let Rob know so he can remove you off the guest list. And deleted says, yeah, thank you. And Zerk says, first, and then he adds Zan. So he's saying first Zan, so some Zan can't make it. Now you, what's going on? And Zerk says, next is going to be me. And Zan says, you got to go, Unc. They need you. And A says, love Rob. And Zerk says, you know Rob? Probably getting a little jealous, like, wait, you know him too? That's my boy. And Zerk responds back to Zan saying, you got to go, Unc. They need you. Zerk says, how old are you again? How many kids? And then A responds back to Zerk's asking if they know Rob. A says, no, but heard lots about him via the team. Great guy. And Zerk says, ah ha ha, Rob is the GOAT. And A says, I bet I'll meet him soon. Love the server, by the way. And Zerk says, yeah, Rob's awesome. Same with Moji for making the server. All right, guys, I think I'm going to end it here. Okay, let me get to the next one here. Look at Zeke, he's so out. Is he not the cutest? All right, let me save this under the playlist of already shown so I know what I already shown. And let's move on to the next one. The one, this is going to start. Okay. So this next one I'm going to play starts on, the conversation starts on 4/25, which would be 2 days after the murder. So, like I said, this is going to be in his Discord. Who's, I'm trying to think who that is in that picture. I forget what his name is. Okay. Happened, but nah. Okay, let's move on. So Zerks tags deleted user and says, Rob and David have ignored me since 12. What's going on? So this is 4:25. So it's actually really 4:24. Think about it. It's 12:31 a.m. So it's basically the night of 4/24. And we know that night he had that album release party. And it's basically the day after the murder. Because, I mean, she was murdered at 10 to 10:30, right? And then he goes and he makes that trip to Santa Barbara. He's going all night. He comes back in the morning. That would be then 4:24, right? And then 4:24, he does that interview. Then he does the all night that album release. And then this is basically the night after because it's 12:31 a.m. on 4/25. Zerks is saying, Rob and David have ignored me since 12. What's going on? showing that he had contact with David the day after. Now watch, you'll also see Zerk talk about having a long conversation with Rob yesterday, which would have been the 24th, which I don't know if he means the 24th or the 23rd. Maybe that would be, since that's the night, it would be the 23rd. I'll have to change my thumbnail and title because it would be the day of the murder. Watch. And Samer says, don't skip anything. Get David on the charts. Owen says, yes, sir. Ray says, who's David's ex? Samer says, nah, for real. This question needs to be answered. And Amber says, I remember the TikToks. So that's interesting. They're trying to figure out who his ex is, and it needs to be answered. So why are they
day
coming
after
so
the
strong
murder.
on that? This is back in April 25th, 2025. So just back in this past April.
Dude, the day after. Because like I said, this is 12:31 a.m. So the day after the murder, they're trying to find out Celeste's name. These people. Now, that's not Zerk saying that. This is, I'll have to go back in the, what was the conversation right before that?
At 12:31 a.m. In response to Zerk saying, Rob and David have ignored me since 12. What's going on? Deleted user says, I wonder what they're doing. And Ben says, Dave probably staying off socials just in case. And deleted user says, I need to get tapped in like you, Zerks. How do you do it? And Reason says, the David meat riding about to start again. So I don't know what they're saying he's staying off socials. This is back in April 25th, 2025. So why is he saying Dave's probably staying off socials just in case? Just
Now remember, this is me talking months ago when I did this video. So that's why I don't realize back in February that this is the day after the murder, basically. Because it's 12:31. Okay, sorry.
in case what? In response to deleted user saying, I wonder what they're doing, Zerk says, probably partying or some. And in response to Reason saying the David meat riding about to start again, deleted user said, never. In response to Ben saying, Dave probably staying off socials just in case, Zerk says, in case what? Yeah, he has the same question. In case what? And in response to deleted user saying, I need to get tapped in like you, Zerks. How do you do it? Zerk says, what do you mean? And in response to Zerk saying, what do you mean? Deleted user says, you're tapped in. Zerk says, oh yes, all cause Red Rookie. Me and Rob had a kind of long and good convo yesterday too, LOL. So we see that he is in contact with Rob, David's manager.
So, like I said, now that I realize that was 12:33 a.m. yesterday, I don't think he means the 24th because that would just be, I think if like you're at 12:33 a.m. on the 25th, you're if you're still up, that's really still the 24th night, right? So I'm guessing it would have, yeah, the 23rd, he had a long conversation. So the day of the freaking murder, he had a conversation with Rob, okay? And then he's saying that since 12, that last message, just let me just hear me out here.
LOL.
Let me just bring it back. Hold on, 4:35. So right here, where is it? So right here where he says Rob and David have ignored me since 12, what's going on? It's 12:31 a.m. So that means he was also talking to them up until 12, right? Or does he mean in the afternoon? Either way, it sounds like he was talking to them on the 24th too. So that night, the day after the murder. Like I said, they're probably not answering him now because I mean I don't know what time that album release party started or lasted. I don't know. But I just thought that's interesting. So that means Zerks was in contact with them. Rob, the day of the murder, in contact with David and Rob the day after the murder. Did he?
So we.
And then there's other people trying to get the name of the ex-girlfriend, and they're like, well, yeah, he's probably staying off social media just in case. I don't know what these other people are talking about. And then even Zerks is like, just in case what? It's just crazy though that's like the dates of it all happening, and there's people making comments like that. Like what?
Anyway.
See that he is in contact with Ron here. Deleted user says, okay, so I need to talk to Red Rookie. And
I skipped something. So Zerk says, I'm still not used to feel it on here. Oh, the song Feel It.
Response to Zerk saying, I'm still not used to it. Feel it on here. Reason says, feels so off. Then Zerks posted this picture of David. It says, yeah, I was right. Party. And it's David's post saying, my album out, MF. Thank you. I love you. And I guess it looks like he's out partying maybe.
Yeah. So, I mean, now we know, like I said, this was a couple months ago. I didn't really realize about the whole album release party or didn't put that in a timeline at the time. Or like even look at it as, where I'm zoning in on it because I didn't know the date. Now that we know the date, everybody's zoning in on these dates. But yeah, so 12:34 a.m. So basically the party was on the 24th night, whatever. So by midnight, it looks like this was posted 4 minutes ago, right? Whenever Zerks screenshot it. Says, yeah, I was right. Party.
Oh, MF, thank you. I love you. And I guess it looks like he's out partying maybe. And then in response to deleted saying, okay, so I need to talk to Red Rookie. Zerk says, yes, he originally added me to a general chat with them. Then one day I messaged Rob privately. The rest was history. And Ben says, in case people are hating, I would hop off social media if I dropped an album. The rest I cut off. And then Zerk says, yeah, I was thinking the same. He's partying though, via his story. And Zerk says, why didn't they invite me to the party? Oh yeah, the 25th is when he dropped the album. That's right. Oh, that's what they were talking about. Duh. Sorry, I forgot about that. Is he ever? June 11th, 2025. Says manager, Team David, event staff, level 10.
So that's Rob's, the manager. He joined the Discord June 11th.
And so he joined June 11th, 2025. Okay, let's continue. Bando says, would you all believe me if I said I knew David personally or nah? Zerk says, no. Sophia says, where the hell are you? Ace says, I think Australia. Opreality says, that's called a season. And the leader says, season? Now remember,
sorry, I jumped up. We're on August 2nd, 2025.
So the other conversations going on. So I guess I should probably skip some of these other ones that really aren't relevant. Personally, once is Zerk saying no, that he wouldn't believe him. Bando says, I just check in, LOL. You see my DM, by the way? Sophia says, wait, why the hell Bando and Carson in here? Carson says, Bando is in here too? Question mark. Sophia says, rip, probably RIP with crying faces. And Wealthy says, Sophia, you're an admin here? In response to Carson saying, Bando is in here too, question mark. Sophia says, she ats Bando. Bando says Carson, all in capital letters. And in response to Wealthy asking Sophia if she's an admin, she says yes. So, WTF? Bando. And then response to Sophia says, DM me. And he's talking to Sophia. And Wealthy asks, what do you mean? To Sophia, saying you guys.
I'm going to skip through some of this stuff. I mean, if you guys want to see it, I have it on a pre-record. It's out. But okay. So when the person says, why are you an admin? Wealthy says, because I'm good at my job, so I keep getting promoted. Is it keep getting bad there? Talking about Little Tay, that group Little Tay. Talking about her Discord. So Zerk says, are these Little Tay mods? They said, yes, it's for real bad. They were trying to run away. These people, all these Little Tay mods are trying to run away. Okay, so let me skip through here. So she's saying to make a chat with somebody so she could, with Zerks in it, so she could explain it. I said, okay, I'll DM you. Okay, so Wealthy says, yes, it's for real bad in there. We're trying to run away. Zerk says, why? They say so many PDFs there. It's actually insane in that Little Tay. Discord, and I guess they have a lot of the same members though. There's like a lot of their mods are the same, or admins are the same that David has, and a lot of the viewers. So there's just a lot of the same group or community or whatever. Anyway, so Zerks is like, what about the PDFs being in there? They say they banned a lot of the PDFs. I'm not kidding. Sophia said it's a toxic environment, but I'm going to skip through because they're talking about another environment. But I mean, the little tag. Okay, Zerk said I was going to try and apply to be an admin there, but then I didn't want to do an interview. And one of the people over there says, yeah, the management don't listen to us. The server's basically out of control. And then Zerk says, yeah, that's bad if the management don't listen. At least in here, I'm in contact with David and his manager all the time, Zerk says. And then Zerk says, it sucked for a while when we had no contact with them. Hard to keep it active in here. Wait, ask them. I don't know. I think they're talking about little tag mods. Okay. Wait, hold on. Sophia says, I mean, like you're a minor. And Carson says, okay, there were minors in there too that were staff. Like, why didn't you have contact with him? Is that what Zerk says? Because someone on the team that would reach out to us and tell us info went completely silent and barely responded. Luckily, he contacted me with David and his manager beforehand. So they're responding to where Zerk says it sucked for a while when we had no contact with them. Hard to keep it active in here. So that's where they're like, well, why didn't you have contact? And he said, because someone on the team that would reach out to us and tell us info went completely silent, barely responded. And then luckily he contacted me with David and his manager beforehand. And then when Sophia is asking Zerks, I said ask them. Zerks is like, ask who what? Zerk says, because someone on the team that would reach out to, that person's responding to Zerk saying that, saying, bro, when I first joined the server, it was like a decent bit after it was made and it was dead as F. Ace says, imagine if Zerks leaked the deluxe release date. That would be crazy, you know? You know what else we can imagine? And this is August 2nd, 2025. And then he says August. Who's even the management for that server? And then Sophia says, I left the management team, bro. Talking about that little Tay. He says, you were part of the management? She says, yeah, I was when they revamped the server. I left. I want to skip through. Talking about the little Tays, the environment was bad, toxic, filled with PDFs. Which they for a while wanted us to avoid banning the PDFs, which made it worse. Okay, they say, how did it get that way? Zerks asks, how did it get that way? They said, because Tay promoted an OnlyFans at 17. Zerk says, oh, I think I've been seeing that pop up on my For You page. Benji says, you and Skylar aren't too different, maybe. Zerk says, that's weird. Benji says, shit, I might just watch it. Zerk says, that's weird. Benji says, sorry. Zerk says, you never guess who I finally met. Will says, hi. Hi. And then it shows, he sends this picture. You can see David. And this is David, like in the August. Remember, that's how his hair was in like August and after that too. But this is Posted August 31st, 2025 at 1:06 a.m. This is when Zerks post this in chat. And he says, David and Realist K. So I think this is Realist K or whatever. I don't know. And that's David, obviously. And Will says, this photo makes the hair look like a wig. And this is not Zerks, I guess. I don't know why he posts this and says, gotta pick with David. But the thing is somebody else post this. Z post this a month earlier. Same picture. Okay. So I ended up, this picture was going around. Everybody was saying, this is Zerks, this is Zerks, this is Zerks, which it does appear because they're saying, gotta pick with David. And Zerks is posting it, gotta pick with David, right? So nobody could identify him. I was able to identify this person. I found out who it was and I said, hey, I found out who this was. And you can watch my pre-record where I even say, hey, but I don't 100% know that this is Zerks in the picture, but I 100% know who is in this picture. I know I was able to identify him, but I said, so if this is Zerks in this picture, then Zerks is Xavian, right? Well, come to find out that it's not Zerks in the picture. I guess he was posting it as a joke. So I don't know whether or not it is or isn't, but supposedly this isn't his Zerks. He was just messing around, posting his picture with him and David. So I got so much crap, but nobody else got crap for posting this for months saying, hey, this is Zerks in the picture. But then when I identified who was in the picture, I got all the crap for it. But I was right. I identified it the right person who this is, but so I don't know, but he posts this. But do you see how you would think that this is him? Because he says, look, he posts that picture. He says, wait, where is it? He goes, you never guess who I finally met. And then he posts this and he posts that picture. And it's like, and then he says, gotta pick with David. So of course he's making it seem like it is. Oh, and I post both of them. You could see that somebody else posted this as Za, which is probably, that's Zabian. It's the real person, right? But it's no big deal. Like I said, you could go back and listen, and I clearly say I can't 100% say this is Zerks, but what I can 100% say is this person in this picture is Zabian. I can't say that the person in the picture is Zerks. But if it's Zerks, then Zerks is Zabian, and if it's not, then it's not. And supposedly it's not. Okay, so let's skip forward. So Zerks says, so somebody says, Zerks, please tell him to dye his hair and that it looks like string cheese. If I see him in real life with his hair out, I'm running away as fast as I can. And then Will says, watch out, David, gonna block you on all socials. Zerk says, I'm not with him right now. Ben says, find a way to spread the message, dog. And Zerk says, I was about to ask him, though. Sorry, I'm starting to read this instead of play the video. Just because I want to skip some of this now. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, like I said, I have this up on pre-records if you want to watch it all. But I want to skip the non-relevant stuff to what I'm trying to talk about here. You know what I'm saying? Like, now. Oh, you can't see? Really? What do you mean you can't see? Huh. It's up on the screen. Okay. So, well, I could play this because I'm going to play all this. So I could play this here. Oh, and Zerk says no. User says, did you meet Rob? And Zerk says, yes, yes, yes. And deleted user says, might delete my account. I don't know. And Zerk says no. And then deleted user in response to meeting Rob. Zerk saying, yes, 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 he met Rob. Deleted user says, amazing, hooray, hooray. And in response to him saying no to deleting his account, deleted user says, possibly. I'm not sure what that means. And then Zerk says he's so nice about meeting Rob, and deleted user says, or I'll just never use Discord again. And Zerk says he gave a tour of the venue, and deleted user responds to Zerk's, yes, that is amazing. Zerk says, and then we chilled and watched college football, LMAO. And deleted user says, I should have gone just to meet Rob. And Zerk says, you shoulda. And then Zerk says, Rob is 31 and talks like he's 13. It's so funny. I don't know why that's so funny, but I guess he's in the right crowd, hanging out with David and Neo. They're very immature. They talk like they're freaking 10 years old. And deleted user says, okay, so they have to come to Memphis. And Zerk says, if you stay, I'll tell Rob to. He'd genuinely listen. And then in response to Zerk saying Rob's 31 and talks like he's 13, Negevin says, I saw Rob at the Cleveland show. And deleted user says, keeping Discord off my phone though, so no notifications. And Zerk says, that's good. And in response to Negevin saying that he saw Rob at the Cleveland show, Zerk says, he's a goat. No, he's not Zerks. And then Land posts a screenshot. So he says, Zerks over here leaking unreleased. And he posts a thing that Zerksify, I guess, posted on his channel. And I guess he's leaking some stuff of the music that him and David are making together. So in response to that, Ghosty says, Zerk's over here editing. There's a screenshot. It looks like, an editing program, like he's editing something. And so I don't know if Zerks is sharing that screenshot and then Ghosty is, on his channel or wherever Zerks is sharing it. So I want to point out it's 4:24 when KF says this message, but the reason I included it here is because it's 6:49, which it falls in the timeline as I'm reading it right now. 6:49 when Zerks responds, okay? And KF says, do you know who produced Locked and Loaded? I'm curious because the beat sounds awesome. And Zerk says, I think it was Jonah Shy. And then Ben responds to Zerk. So he's talking to Zerks and he says, we need to talk. So I don't know if that's about what Zerk's comment was or something personal, and he just sees them in chat and is like, we need to talk. But it's got me curious what it's about. And you'll see Zerks too. Zerks will be like, about what? And he'll say, you know what? And KF says, shout out then, in response to Zerk saying he thinks it was Jonah Shy who produced that Locked and Loaded or whatever. And then, so when David Amy asks Zerks, Rob is black, right? And Zerk says, no, with 3 question marks. And then in response to Ben saying we need to talk, Zerks says, why? And then in response to him saying, no, Zerks isn't black, Benji says, LMAO, I was asking her what he looked like, and she said that. So remember, these guys are talking in live time, during some of these shows that are going on. So they're talking about it. So Ben tags Gubin, so @ Gubin, and says he comes out after like an hour and they set up barricades around his tour bus entrance and he'll be there. And in response to Zerks asking why that Ben wants to talk to him, Ben says, you know why, which I thought that was interesting. Like, what? What is that all about? And Benji says, show hasn't started yet. 8 minutes till we're let in. And Zerk says, that's all I'm showing. And Scout says, is VC always popping or is, and I don't know what the rest of that is. I didn't catch that. And Benji says, rare. And Zerk says, Zerk's revealed not getting leaked. Okay, so let's continue. And then that Yao says 10 days till David. And Scout says, fiend, fiend, fiend. And KF says, 10 days until David explodes. 10 days would be September 10th, which would be 2 days after Celeste's body was found. So we're at 10:38 p.m. Zerk says, who's in chat? And Ori says, nobody. And then Benji says, Zerks, David's live changed my life. And Zerk says, I can confirm he did work on this song today. And it looks like it's DMs between them. Wait, who's who? So I guess that's Zerk saying, yo, did you ever finish that Lie to Me song you previewed on stream before? That shit finished would be so crazy. And David said, wait, oh my God, I forgot about that. I should finish it. Bruh, that's so crazy. And Zerk says, and sent me it. So he's saying he just confirmed he did work on it and he sent it to Zerks. And Maddie says, yes. And Zerk says, unfinished. And Fix says, David mentioned lie to me with the praying hand and a crying face. And KF says, Zerk said he worked on it today. So now we're on the whole next night, September 4th, 11:30 p.m. We were just we're 2 nights because we were just September 3rd at 12 a.m. So it was really September 2nd, it was that night. I just have to say, I know this is so weird. I love string cheese. And it's weird that they just talked about his hair looking like string cheese, but I share it with Zeke. He loves it. Got my string cheese. I'm obsessed with string cheese. Okay. So this is 2 nights later, and deleted user sends an attachment, and another deleted user says, Maddie, you should pin this. Or maybe it's the same deleted user that sends the attachment and then tags Maddie and says, you should pin this. And then Maddie says, Zerk's just going to remove it. So I'm not sure why Zerks would remove it if she pinned it. This is what the attachment was. It had this in it, business accounts, $1,108,830. And it says business accounts, Jan 2025 income claims. And it looks like it's taken from Reddit. So it says everyday checking, $120 million. And then there's $150,000 in savings, share savings. So it's a total of $120,150,000. It's hard to read, but it says, here's what I made so far in January as an influencer who stopped caring a long time ago what people think about me. So I don't understand why he would take it down if she pinned it. It's just it's basically trying to say, just stop caring what people think about you. But I wanted to share this because it just kind of shows you Zerk's role in this all, as far as how everybody kind of viewed him as he's the boss, we got to listen to what he says. And so he's calling the shots type of thing, so I think that's interesting. I might as well read those group chat things that I was talking about real quick. I know I've already read them on a live stream a couple times, but since I'm reading the other Zerks Discord stuff, I think it's important to go over this to remind you guys. But remember, this is from after they found remains in the car. So parts of these messages got cut off because it was from somebody sent a screenshot in a message group, and that's how I got it. So I don't have the whole. When it gets cut off, see this right side? Okay, so let's read this. Zerk says, us having all these socials are doing terrible on our mental state. Ryan says, so what you're doing here is putting the blame on us for having social media in the first place. Ghosty says, and possibly kill her. So I don't know what the rest of that says. Random Valorant says, they said that to you to cover their ass and pretend they care about us. Zerk says, nah, Rob does care. About me, at least. You're starting to be like Twitter Asian. Jump into conclusions. And in response to Ghosty saying and possibly kill her, Sophia says, and blame us for not knowing her identity. In response to Zerks talking about how Rob cares about him, M says, okay, this might be incorrect, twin. And Sophia says, I know that she's dead, but this is getting serious. M says, he's keeping you in his good graces to save face. I'm not going to lie. And so M is Moji, as you could see when Random Valera is talking to Moji. So M's Moji. So in response to Moji saying the Zerks might be incorrect about Rob caring about them, Random Valorant says, thank you, Moji. So obviously he agrees with them. Then Ryan responds to that comment that Zerk said about Rob caring about them. Ryan says, about you, you are one person. You don't speak for all of us. And Sophia says, what about us? As far as Zerks, you're saying, well, at least he cares about you, but what about us, she's saying. Ghosty says, twin, he has to look like he cares. If he blocks you randomly or ignores you, that's going to look bad. Which it cuts off, but I'm guessing it's probably going to say that's going to look bad on him. Ryan says, so what you're doing here is putting the blame on us for having social media in the first place. And then it gets cut off. And then Zerk says, when and why would I put the blame on us? All I said is that us having these socials replying. It's cut off. Sorry, guys. Sophia says, this is why I shouldn't work for artists. And Zerk says, look at you, Kylie. Which I don't know where Kylie is in this. I don't see her yet in the chat. So Sophia says, Zerks is the one who wants us to be quiet. And Derek says, I mean, yeah, but I'm just saying, no one that people claiming or assuming that got paid did get paid. It's just people making more theories and stuff. And Maymina says, no, Sophia, I mean, how do you know Zerks wants you guys to stay quiet? And Sophia says, oh, because he said it to us on staff chat. that we have to be offline, log out from social media, and enjoy outside. Tay also seen it because I screen share the chat in group chat. And Tay says, I saw the message. He said that shit for word.
We don't go the same places that we used to go. We don't ride the same. No, we don't ride the same. We don't know the same people that we used to know. We don't vibe the same. No, we don't vibe the same.
That, did I show this one? This is the main one. We're on September 13th. He says, don't say anything about the tattoo or anything, act clueless. That would have been 3 days before they identified her. So it just makes you wonder what tattoo? You know? I mean, we know what tattoo, but how did he know that was even Celeste? The medical examiner didn't even know who it was at the time. You know, how do you know about a tattoo? So it just, maybe there's an explanation. He's going to say, oh, this was about I mean, I guess he could say that we wouldn't know. He could be saying it not be true. And then better have a good explanation for that, right? Like who are you talking about? And what tattoo? It's just weird to the timing. He's talking to a group chat of the people in David's Discord, the admins, I believe. And he's telling them, don't say anything about the tattoo or anything, act clueless. 3 days before anybody knew who it was. Like, how would he even know? Like, it just matches up with the tattoo and the David tattoo that David cut off her finger. So I don't even know anything he could say about this that would be believable other than it being about this situation because of who he's talking to in this. Like, what was this about? And this is what makes a lot of us for almost 8 months now kind of looking into like him and what he's saying, because it's like, how did he know that? Did David tell him? Okay, so next we're gonna play this one. Cuts right into on February or April 24th. I don't remember exactly what. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. So April 24th, this would have been the morning after the murder. Because remember, they're thinking between 10:10 and 10:30, because at 10:10 she gets dropped off. Celeste gets dropped off. By 10:30, David's texting her phone, hey, you're not here. So it's safe to bet that he killed her already, because he's texting her phone. You know what I'm saying? Trying to act like, oh, you're not here, giving him like where it looks like she never showed up. So for him to be texting her phone knowing that she can't respond, you know what I'm saying? So I believe that, yeah, he probably already stabbed her by 10:30. So, but anyway, so this is basically less than 12 hours later, okay? Which I forget what it's all in here. It's not David, I don't think. He doesn't say anything, but let's see what his Discord are talking about. Wicker said, is it that good? And a Booty says, every song made me hard. And KF says, yeah, same. And Wicker says, I'm a goon to the album. And a Booty says, I already did. Lordy, very immature audience here. Well, either immature or predators. So we're jumping forward to April 24th, 2025 at 9:17 a.m. D1K146 hater says, I'm so glad the friend again snippet was a lie. So I think, remember when, I think it was my last video where everybody was saying all these songs got leaked from the album. So Zerks went and told David, like, oh, shoot, your album got leaked. And David said, shh, like it was a lie, April Fool's, like he purposely leaked out wrong songs or whatever. So I think that's pertaining to this here. So I guess maybe one of the songs, Friend Again, snippet was a lie. So probably the leak wasn't the real song. They're saying they're glad it was because they probably actually like the real song better than the fake leak. So then Obudi says the 12-second one, question mark, and Wicker says same. And D1K146 hater says yes. Shit sounded so ass. Glad it was fate. And Obudi says, yeah, not gonna lie. I played it last because I wasn't excited, but it was so hard. The normal guy says, the millisecond the album starts, I'ma say 10 out of 10. Then Ghosty says, David could shit on the mic and you gonna call it a 10 out of 10. And D1K146 hater says, we can all agree, Friend Again mid. I take this back. And Vanny says, F my ex. And KF says, I also take back my Friend Again hate. And D1K146 hater says, I take this back. A booty says, but you don't say it back. And KF says, except for the outro. And D1K146 hater says LMAO. And KF says, the outro kind of sucked. True Veil says, low key, album didn't need an interlude like that. And Ghosty says, can we bully David to remove the interlude? And then Trial Veil says, probably, or at least re-upload without the vocals and talking stuff. So they're talking about the one with Celeste's voice. So that would be the invisible string theory, right? That gets so much hate you'll see coming up, and everybody's like, they don't like it. I mean, that's the one with Celeste on it. There's 2 songs with Celeste on it talking. That one, and then the one You Left Me First, I think it's called, the other one that she talks on it. Ghosty says, I'd take farting noises over that. Oh my God. Wow. D1K146 hater says, the girl's voice kind of PMO. So I'm pretty sure PMO stands for pisses me off. So the person's saying that the girl's voice pisses me off. So they're basically saying that Celeste's voice pisses them off, at least on that song. And then True Val says, I'ma like remove the talking. And that D1K146 hater says, I hate how David doesn't sound serious. And then they say, I wish it was like we cry together type arguing. And normal guy says, hater. And Ghosty says, it was corny. So they're talking about that invisible string theory with Celeste. Then Trial Veil says, I got the interlude with no talking. And D1K146 hater says, I hate how David doesn't sound serious. And Ghosty says, sounds so uninterested. I get it. It's like it's not like a real fight. You don't feel any real emotion because it's like, I mean, I get what they're trying to portray there, but it just doesn't work because it just comes across as corny and it doesn't sound like it's real, like a real argument. Or I get how it's supposed to be kind of like flirty and jokingly, but see, Mystery Man, what was it again? I remember there's a couple things that we were looking into and we can never find them that you brought up. Can you remind me what we were looking at? Because I remember us trying to find it in the moment and nobody could find what you were talking about. But now I forget what it was. So can you remind us? Yeah, so they're talking about the interlude, and a lot of people. So look, this is after the album dropped, right? The day of the album dropped. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people are saying like they could go without the interlude. Now the interlude was Celeste, and I know there's some people that don't think it was Celeste. I think that is her voice. Actually, wait. That video, I swear that video that I played earlier had from that junkie media or whatever. I thought it had a comparison where well, we could compare it, but they were comparing that neighbors yelling video with her voice and interlude and or the string cheese. There I go. I got string cheese on my mind. Oh my God, invisible string theory. And it sounds to me, it sounds like her. I mean, he could have lowered or higher the pitch, but she has that is it intonation or what's the word for it? I think it sounds like her. And the fact that he won't say who it is, and in that one interview, he says, I can't for copyright, copyright. And he does that face. That would make no sense. Otherwise, he would say who it was. It has nothing to do with copyright. That makes absolutely 0 sense. So he can't say it because, I mean, he does that interview. That would be after she's dead, you know? Oh, all right, sorry. Says, who wants interlude without talking? And normal guy says, karma's a bitch. And then that D1K146 haters responds to Trial Val saying, who wants the interlude without talking? And they say, me, like they want it without talking. But then there wouldn't be anything. So you might as well, I mean, maybe just no interlude then. Because without talking, it wouldn't be anything. It's just all talking, basically. And then KF says, have you heard of the invisible string theory? And then when Travel says, anyone else about what? And without talking, a booty says, me. And then a booty answers about hearing about the invisible string theory. A booty says, no, what's that? And KF says, have you heard of the invisible string theory? And Ghosty says, he does this picture that it's David saying, my honest reaction. And Ghosty said, that interlude is not going to be there. And D1K146 hater says, nope. And normal guy says, someone just asked me for D pics. And D1K146 hater says, not again. And normal guy says, it was a man. And D1K146 hater says, what was their user? And I played it. I have the all the vocals isolated with all the little vocal parts that she played, or that I think is her, and all the different songs he did. I played it actually in a couple lives. I'm actually gonna play it again because I'm gonna go through. Maybe after this one, I'll mix it up a little bit. I have 4 more of these Discord videos. But maybe after this one, I'll play, because I was gonna because there's some people that were in my comments were, oh, I did a short on it. I put it up on a short, and there's people under there saying, like, going on about how it's not her. So I wanted to show another thing where we could compare the argument with the neighbors. And then there's that other thing where yay woohoo, that person's recording her, yay woohoo, which we think yay woohoo is Celeste. And then you could hear her voice on that and match it with that too. So I was gonna play that and play the yay woohoo recording, and then play the neighbor. I wish I could share these with you. I hate like just eating them. I'm gonna probably turn off my camera while I eat them, because I feel like some people get very offended when you eat on camera. Unless I know there's mukbangs, but I'll have some people be like, I can't watch this. She's eating. A normal guy says, Jack, man, just instantly asked to trade D-pics. And Snitch Pikachu says, Atomic Land was 7.78 out of 10. And normal guy says, like, I'm 14 with a crying face. And that D1 hater says, post a screenshot of a conversation that happened a couple days ago. So it says, it's with Jack saying, want to trade D-pics? So D-pics, yes or no? It's really, really big. K146 says, I don't know. And Jack says, please. And K146 says, dog, who are you, LMAO? So basically showing it's probably that same guy, because his name's Jack, is asking him too. So some freaking perv in here is trying to get these young kids to send him pics. It's sick. And D1 hater says, I'm so glad I don't have to hear that voice crack on Sky anymore. And normal guy says, why are so many people in my DMs? Like, my willy is an enormous 1 inch. And D1 hater says, shout out to romantic homicide voice crack. And normal guy says 2. So I think he's saying 2 inches, correcting his original 1 inch comment. And then he plays the voice cracking video, which I'll play right now. It sounds so bad. But hey, I can't sing either. But I mean, this guy became famous because of his singing, so he should know how to sing, right? And then D1 hater says, I'm so glad I don't have to hear that. And Snitch Pikachu says, LMAO. Normal guy says, I'm about to goon. Ugh. Ghosty says, this is trauma material. Normal guy says, effing ad. But see, I have an issue. So normal guy's complaining about somebody trying to get D pics and that he's only 14, sorry. But then now he's talking about gooning. Like, it's almost like, is he lying about the age to try to get, because, you know, that's how these freaking predators work. They lie about their age to try to get other young kids to talk to them and thinking that they're talking to somebody their age. I don't know. Or maybe he really is 14 and he's just, I mean, he shouldn't be talking about gooning and stuff. It's just, it's going to bring that on. And I'm not saying, you know, I'm not trying to blame anybody, but I don't know. It's sick. Discord is just a messed up platform. So for some reason, Cloudy's responding under that past comment where normal guy says someone just asked me for D pics, and he reposts that screenshot of a past conversation that D1 Hater posted where Jack says, want to trade D pics? Yes or no? It's really big. And he responds to that saying, dog. I think he's showing the rest of that conversation. So I think the dog is from Cloudy saying, dog, look at the rest of that conversation. You said yes. So as you could see, so the rest of it is Reason saying LMAO, just that. So I don't know if that is even pertaining to that. And that he could be talking in another conversation. But then D1 Hater says yes to the want to trade D pics. Because the person's saying yes or no. And he's saying yes. So D1 Hater forgot to, he just didn't add that into his screenshot. And then Reason saying, wait, let me send mine. Cloudy's basically calling out D1 Hater, showing like, look, you purposely didn't show us the whole conversation because you said yes to that. But of course you left that out when you wanted to show Dude Boy, whatever, that Jack was asking you for D pics too. And then Cloudy says he posts that picture of the Withered album, or at least is a countdown to the Withered album release. And it's of David laying on the ground with the blood, like the cut in his neck or whatever. And Cloudy says he looks like he's getting a type of job. So he's referring to a BJ. And then normal guy says, I've gooned 5 gazillion times. D1 Hater says, say it back, people. The cat says, it effing sucks. Why'd he do that? And then the cat says, demo was so better than that shit. And then the cat says, oh my effing God, I'm gonna kill myself. Why did he do that? I just listened to it. In response to Cloudy saying he's getting a type of job, Wicker said, no, he looks dead, bro. And then Wicker says, Cloudy, buddy. And then posts a shot of Ghosty's conversation saying, bro, I love confusing AI. And Cloudy saying, I'ma touch you all right, like very inappropriately, okay? Okay. All these freaking guys are sickos. Ghosty says the interlude really is not it. Snitch Pikachu says it probably sucks with the heartbroken. And then they say, yeah. And Ben says, can you tell me if the guitar instrumental from the album trailer on YouTube is in the background of Invisible String Theory? And KF says, have you heard of the Invisible String Theory? And Snitch Pikachu says, I did. And Ben says, yes, about hearing of this Invisible String Theory. And then that D1 Hater responds about the guitar instrumental from the album trailer being the music behind the Invisible String Theory. D1 Hater says it is not. Like, that's not the same music. At least that's what they think or say, whatever. I don't know if it is. I haven't checked. In responding to Ben saying, yes, he's heard of the Invisible String Theory, KF says, you'll know what I'm talking about when you hear it. And Ben says, huh? And KF says, you'll understand the reference when you hear the interlude. And Ben says, oh, they're arguing about the string theory, ? With a crying face. Why does she only talk on You Left Me First? And normal guy says, Invisible String Theory wasn't bad, but I wouldn't actually listen to it. And normal guy said, why is he British and is this really love? And the normal guy says, I mean, it's not bad, but I don't know why it's Brit. And he says, I still love it because it's from My Glorious King. And Wicker says, Ghost is beautiful. That's one of his songs, I guess. And Snitch Pikachu says, yeah, but I expected more with the heartbroken. Paul says, gang, is it fire? And the cat says, kind of. He ruined some songs. And Wicker says, Afterlife time. And the cat says, disappoint time. And AKS says, what's the worst track on the album? And KF says, interlude. I'm pretty sure that when they say interlude, they're talking about Invisible String Theory because there's no song called interlude on that. So the interlude. Oh man, I just coughed. I'm gonna skip through some of this here. Are you guys interested in some of this guy? I know now they're just talking about the album. D- I know, well, I'll just let my old self read it. Sorry. Album. DK Hater says Invisible String Theory. And Elk says, what's the worst track on the album? Everybody's answering about what's the worst track on the album. So Snitch Pikachu says, without the interlude, it's You Left Me Back. And Ben says, Afterlife feels like it has the most lore on the album. I don't know why. And then D1 Hater says, it's so bland. And the cat says, which? Ryan says, burr, burr, patapim. Normal guy says, tralalero, tralala. And D1 Hater says, where'd it go wrong? So D1 Hater's answering that question about which one's bland. Doesn't really say deluxe to this nonsensical album. Shaking my head. I like that he's getting bad reviews. And he is going to release a deluxe. Somebody says, F you. And the cat says, I had them leaked. Demos were so much better. This album is ass. Well, the person says, Feel It, which is that song, Feel It, just doesn't fit. And Ghosty says, it should have been a bonus track, not just in the middle. Say, good point. The album, by the way, does not transition to other songs. Kind of Invisible String Theory 2 is... Wait. KF is saying kind of. Invisible String Theory 2, is this really love? But you know, nobody's listening to Invisible String Theory. More than once. Ben says, I want to hear Invisible String. So somebody say no one will listen to it more Theory. Than once. KF says, in response to KF's talking about the Invisible String Theory 2, is this really love? And then going on to say nobody's listening to Invisible String Theory. O says, everyone's claiming it on Insta. And Ben says, I want to hear Invisible String Theory. KF says, all you need to know is, have you heard of the Invisible String Theory? And Will says, got you. So Will's talking to Ben about, I want to hear Invisible String Theory. He says, got you, which I'm sure he means he's going to send it to him or whatever so he could hear it. And then O says, in response to O saying everybody's claiming Invisible String Theory on Insta, the cat says, it changed, LMAO. Paul says, he did disappoint with a heartbroken. Snitch Pichaku says, no co-parter with your, he ruined XY song so no one can enjoy it anymore. And then Paul says, I had a ticket for the Houston show, but sold it. He sold it. Wow. O says, damn, but his world tour is only 2 continents. I'm so sad. Ghosty says, see. Snitch Pikachu says, yeah, maybe, thanks. Ben says, is Ghost good? And Ghosty says, man, I liked it all. The interlude was just kind of corny. And then Paul says, the other concert ticket I got is easily better than going to David. So I sold the David ticket. And O says, Invisible String Theory is just a Travis Scott. D1 Hater says, Afterlife had more. Snitch Pikachu says, I wish the interlude wasn't an interlude, but an actual song. Heartbreak. KF says, also, Ben, when you hear Invisible String Theory, I got something to send you. It's pretty funny. And then D1 Hater says, doesn't he say, I know what you want, but no, I'm petty when it comes to you? Then KF answers that and says, I don't know, man. I hear call me what you want, but I guess we'll see if official lyrics drop. D1 Hater says, Afterlife needed more. Invisible String Theory ass. KF says, should I add the title card image to the Have you ever heard of the Invisible String Theory on the Genius annotations? And Normal Guy said, is literally people talking. D1 Hater said, that joke of an argument could have been better. Snitch Pikachu has praying hands. Ben says, stop hating on Invisible String Theory. It's not a song. David ain't done shit says, real. And D1 Hater says, still could have been better. Ben says, it wasn't even an argument, bro. KF says, it wasn't. Ghosty said, could have been better. David sounded way too unserious. Okay, so now we're jumping 3 days ahead to April 27th, 2025 at 10:17 p.m. KF says, Bryant actually has good pictures and David doesn't. And then the D4VD Amy says, these are beautiful. What do you mean? So I think she's being sarcastic, or I think she's just joking. Like, I would hope so. Unless, what do you? Superior says, David Gunn spread it to anyone who comes on stage with him. And Ben says, David calls in voice cracks. And Superior says, Gigi's David spreading the voice crack virus. Okay, so I had to look up what GG's means, and I guess it's supposed to be good game, which is this. That doesn't even really make sense in this. I guess it used to be like good game. I don't know why you spread means something else. Okay. Okay, somebody had posted this. I don't remember if it was in this actual part of the conversation, but when they were talking about like the voice cracks, David voice cracks, here's this Coachella 2025. I already played the voice crack. Did this go backwards? I don't want to. That's it. I don't want to take a chance of the whole copyright here, but here we go. And there is another clip. I'm afraid to play it on a live because copyright, but let me do it on a short because if it's a short, they'll probably just claim it. But since on the live, it's just different the way they do it. So look out for it. But there's a clip of him singing. I swear he lip sings on a lot of this stuff because I'll show you why. He misses it and starts singing the verse. I think it's this song. Back of my mind. Yeah, I think it's this song. He misses it and he starts singing it first. But the crazy thing is nothing comes out. So he's like, and you could hear him do that, but he says it like a couple seconds too early. He starts like doing that. But if he really thought that was the real spot, nothing was coming out. He was just going something like in the back up. It would just do it like that. So it's like, dude, is that showing that he's lip singing that? I know a lot of artists will put the track low behind the audio, the vocal track now. I think because so many people have got called out for lip singing because they've messed up during a live or whatever, and then it's this big controversy. So I think they put like a vocal track. I know that a lot of people put the vocal track and then they'll sing over top of it. But the thing is people were like talking, back last year or before this murder about how like if you look in comments about David's lives, like, oh my God, he sounds so good live. It's like, is that really him though? Because now I think he lip syncs maybe. On some. Now obviously here his voice cracks and it's horrible. But maybe on some he does. I'll show you what I'm talking about on a short, like I said. I don't want to risk it here. Okay, so where are we at? So we're at June 1st, 2025. Okay, now we're jumping a little over a month later. June 1st, 2025, 7:17 p.m. Vanny says a mystical find in my SS. So in her messages, I guess it says September 11th, 2023. It's dated. It's one of David's alt accounts, D4VD, and we'll see that he changed that to David is the coolest or something. Anyway, there's a screenshot somebody took of it where he's got a video. He has 620 followers, 388 likes. He's not following anyone, and it looks like he has 792 views on that story. And then KF writes, nah, why he look like that with some skeleton faces? And David Amy says, can we kill him? Which is a very weird thing to say. Can we kill him? What? Talking about David. And Shinwa says, D4VD. Well, I mean, she has a screenshot of that thumbnail of the video. And then that's the channel name. At least it was at one point, and then he changes it. And then she puts, I'm dying. Holy shit. And then in response to Vanny saying mystical find in my SS and posting that screenshot of his Instagram, deleted user says, I think I said that because it was on his post or something. And then she shows a screenshot of some comments between him and her. So as you could see, this is Kylie, the deleted user. So Kylie says pretty, and D4VD, which is David, says hashtag why are you here? And Kylie says, because I can be. And then KF says, why did he change the @ on that account again? And KF says, he changed it to effing David the coolest. I'm dead. And then you see it says David's burner at David the coolest. And following zero, he has 58.9 thousand followers, 753.4 thousand likes. And it says, this is a charity for real. Give me money. It's interesting to see the comparison. So as of what date was this? So the one on the left is June 1st, 2025. And then the one on the right is September 11th, 2023. You see he had 620 followers back in 2023. And then this past summer, he had 58.9 thousand. He had 388 likes in 2023. And then 753,400 likes in June. Now remember, this is just one of his burner accounts. Anyway, all right, let's continue. So let's jump ahead a couple months. We're August 5th, 2025. So he'd be on tour right now and about a little over a month shy of being exposed for having a body, having Celeste, basically, her remains in his Tesla. So 1:13 a.m. BR3 and 4NC, what a name. I think it's like stand for Brandon, maybe Brandon C. And everybody's putting like letters for vowels, just like David did. Anyway, this person says, Zerks, will I meet David at his concert on September 12th? And he has a crying face and please. And deleted user says, Zerks is not a fortune teller. And Micah says, Dave don't meet fans no more. He's too cool. And deleted says, good thing I'm not a fan. And then the deleted user says, tell him he's only allowed to wear clear or brown contacts. And that BR3, I'll just call him Brandon. Brandon says, his contacts scare me. And Den says, now this one is at 8:29 p.m. So it goes from 1:15 a.m. to then 8:29 p.m. So later that evening, the next evening, basically. And Den says, bro, David has passed by right now. And then crying face. So I think he means he passed by and didn't say hi to him, or how he does the meet and greet type thing. Yeah, that Den guy is probably at the show and is upset because David just passed right by and he was hoping, how he'll go and, do meet and greets, sign things maybe before and after the show. I'm not sure. 8:29 p.m. It sounds like that he's there, like in the moment, it's present time when he's saying that, I feel like. Yeah, well, he says right now. So would that be before or after the show? Okay, I'm gonna try to skip through some of this because I have so much more to go over that. Somebody's saying, Twin, are you going to the concert? I'm actively on the complete opposite of this. Goon. Somebody says goon, of course. Maddie says, I would never in a million years go to a David concert. Ghosty says, ooh, Maddie says, I mean, I could get free tickets if I wanted. Because Maddie's that I swear Maddie was like a mod or admin, but her name doesn't. Huh. Ghosty says, I want free tickets, but they're not giving it to staff anymore. Maddie says, no clue what you look like, but we can meet up and tell everyone to start digging in their butt. Wait. I replied to, okay. Because David always like, dig in your butt, twin. Butt thing, and then he does the 6'7". Oh my god. Okay, I'll play a couple of clips of him at his concert saying about digging in his butt, and then the 6'7" stuff. Oh
yeah, keep that one. Oh yeah. Can I get a start digging in your butt, twin? Well, I like Chicago. Y'all with the brain route, bro. 6'7". Did y'all enjoy my boy Brian Barnes opening up? 6'7".
This case is making me lose. What does this say? Rip out David's ugly ass contacts. Oh, then they're making fun of his contacts. And KF said, this would be a better service than the entire U.S. military combined ever. At the concert about ripping out his contacts. Because you guys, have you seen when he wears those like light, like bluish contacts? It looks really creepy. Video of me jumping David And KF says, I'll repost that video. And Maddie says, and getting escorted out by security and losing my Discord job the week after. And Ghosty says, live footage of Maddie killing David. And Maddie says, absolutely. And FX says, what was the opinion on the deluxe being pushed back? I missed it. Then Ben says, I mean, it's annoying because he isn't delaying it to work on the songs to make them better. It is for the rollout. But I mean, the rollout isn't that good, especially when he keeps changing his mind. And if he changes his mind again, then a lot of people will lose hope. And those are David's shows coming up, his tour schedule. And it looks like this guy's just trying to predict when the deluxe he thinks is coming out. And he has it marked like September 20th, between September 20th and October 1st, which was right. I mean, well, David announced it and he said it was going to be supposed to be September 19th. But then everything that happened, it didn't exactly work like that. So it wasn't this big release thing on September 19th. So yeah, okay, let's continue. Okay, so he says, but this is when I reckon it will drop because that's a tour break. Not too long, but enough time for him to have time to promote it. Well, actually, I mean, so remember, I'm not talking about the album. I'm talking about the deluxe album, the deluxe part of it, because the album was the 24th. Okay, so let me skip through. Somebody says, I'm just hoping this deluxe makes up for the delay and lies. Surely it can make it up, especially if it has good collabs. Somebody says the collabs could be a little bit better. Ace says, David said the track list and cover art soon, but I'm so pissed off he delayed it. And May says, ruined my mood when I saw it. Ben says, Shandle has a YouTube channel now. And Ben says, ye real? And it isn't being delayed to improve the songs. This is the day before they find Celeste, too. And then somebody says, this better be the best deluxe I've ever heard. Somebody says, for real, well, I know why he delayed it. They say the rollout. And he says, it's because there wasn't a proper rollout and there wasn't lore for Itami dying. Yeah, exactly. Maybe he killed him. Ooh, maybe he, forgot you can't say that here. Self-deleted or KMS. Maybe he self-deleted or how interesting is this? Maybe he self-deleted or someone, who knows? Yeah, he did. And in about not even less than 24 hours, you're going to find out that remains are in his car because this is at, well, even sooner than that. This is at 4:52 a.m. on, oh no, that's August. Sorry, August 7th. I take that back. This is August when I was saying it was the day before. Just recently when I said it was the day before. So this is August 7th, sorry. But a month before they find her. Sorry about that. Golly gosh, look, somebody compares. They put a picture of this with the mop because golly gosh, I think that's funny. His hair does kind of look like that, I'm not gonna lie. His hair looks like French fries and zigzags, Anthe says. And then says, bleach your effing skin next, bro. You obviously want to be white, you effing bum. Blade said, bro's gonna become Michael Jackson. And then somebody says, I hate David, I hate y'all. Man, I hate David. Deleted user says. We didn't know says, I joined Saf's live and I'm kind of mad she ended it. Saf is Sophia. Deleted user post this picture of David. This is David with those contacts. It looks so creepy. Like it's like these really light blue. It was like ASMR, and we didn't know response to that picture that was just posted of David and says, brother, and deleted user says, I hate him. Pretty sure that's Kylie. And we didn't know says, he's so ugly. Oh my God. We're talking about that picture of him. And deleted says, he thinks he's white. Wow. And deleted user says, I don't even want to go to Nashville for his concert anymore. Oh wait, I skipped forward. And we didn't know said he's going downhill. He needs to revert back. And the other person said they don't even want to go to his concert. Another interesting thing, like I mentioned already here in this video. Around this summer of 2025, people will start, hear people in comments start to say how David's changed. And look, I mean, they're saying, I don't even want to go to his concert anymore. He needs to revert back. He's going downhill. And just how like his music changed, he's changed, which is kind of interesting because it coincides with the murder. Somebody says, I bought a ticket. I'm at home. If I hadn't invited friends, I wouldn't be going. My tickets are free, the deleted user says. And then the deleted user says he's so ugly. And somebody says lame. And deleted user says my ex-boyfriend bought my ticket, so I didn't care. He should pay me. I'm not even driving. He needs to give us gas money. And somebody deleted users. That's kind of funny. Like, he should pay me. I'm not even driving. He needs to give us gas money. And we didn't know says pay for therapy too. We didn't know said serve a black card. I'm revoked. Sorry. And deleted user says he doesn't deserve a black card. I'm revoking it. Wow. And we didn't know says ugly hair. He can't dress either. And another clue, hint that this deleted user is probably Kylie, because Kylie is black. The one that is David's admin and Discord, yeah, she's black. So that you wouldn't see a white person saying, oh, they're revoking your black card if you're not black. You know what I'm saying? It's usually the person would be black that's saying it, if that makes sense. So just another clue, you got to look for these context clues on who these deleted users are. A lot of the times you could figure it out. So that's funny. You just said that. And then I just said it. Yes, there, I have to go through my files. There's a picture. There's, before, I think it's, if I'm remembering right, before she deletes her thing, and then there's is there a picture of her on like her profile pic, or if it's somewhere else? But I think at one point she had it as a profile pic. So I have seen a picture of her. And it's somewhere in my files. I'll put it on my list to try to find it. But there was some rumors like, that David and her had a thing, and then there was a thing where like about the whole asexual thing. I don't know if we went over that video yet. I think that's a video coming up that we're probably not going to get to it again tonight, because I chose to do these other ones first, so we might not have time. But I'll try to find that picture. I don't remember if I put it in any of these videos. Now we're jumping ahead 2 days. August 10th, 2025, 10:39 p.m. Duck says, I was going to hate, but like Ken better than David so easily. And deleted user says, both are trash. Kaya Night Lord says, MF, why you mod here then, LMFAO? See, another hint that this deleted user is a mod, which Kylie is, or was. And deleted says, because I was bored. And Sophia says, not gonna lie, I'm senior admin and she's right. Wow. So basically, she's agreeing with Kylie's statement that both are trash, that basically David and Ken are trash. So David is trash. And they're both freaking mods. Well, Kylie's a mod. Kaya Night Lord says, LMFAO, the server mod team don't even listen to David, bro. What? And deleted says, he called me autistic. And Benji says, yeah, because he completely changed his sound. And that was in a response to Kai Night Lord talking about how the server changed his sound. And then deleted user posts this pic again and says, look at this idiot, bro. And Sophia says, soon to be Michael Jackson. And Shotgun Queen says, he's so chopped. I can't, bro. Okay, I admit, I don't know what chop means. Is chopped, obviously it's a negative meaning for this instance, because they're all talking negative and making fun of them. Let's see what chopped means into this generation. It says the slang use of chop means unattractive, undesirable. Okay. But it says the adjective can mean excellent or outstanding. But obviously in this case, they're meaning unattractive and undesirable. Deleted user says, can we discourage him? And Ronan says, hi.
In response to Shotgun Queen saying, he's so chopped, I can't, bro. Sophia says, I agree. And Deleted says, tell him his eyes are ugly with the contacts. Dang. And then the Deleted user says, tell him his hair color is bad. And Ronan says, hi. And Deleted says, and he needs to go bald. And Sophia says, who encouraged this bitch ass to bleach his hair and wear green contact lens? And Deleted user says, right? And Shotgun Queen says, why the F would he go blonde? Who told him that looked good? Also, I bet his contacts are so crusty, dude. And Deleted user says, someone needs to tell him no. So the next evening, basically, because it's August 12th at 1:01 a.m., Deleted user says, bruh, and posts this picture of, oh, that channel, that where's my huzz? Ugh. So the Deleted user posts a screenshot of that TikTok. And Umbrella, or
says,
Mr.
"Bro, I
Umbrella
love
says,
you so much."
greetings, huzz. And Deleted says, Zerks, he needs to be stopped. And she's talking about that TikTok. At least that's what she's responding under her screenshot of his Where the Huzz TikTok, and telling Zerks he needs to be stopped. And Brandon says, David, how could you, with a heartbreaking. And Caesar Remover says, I've shown some love to him. WTF, jumping off the bridge. So Caesar's basically saying, I'm done. Like, I'm not supporting him anymore. I'm off. I'm out. In response to Deleted saying, Zerks, he needs to be stopped, Zerk says, LMAO. And Sophia says, from Bible story to looking for huzz, with a heartbroken and a dying rose. And then Zerk says, I'm good. I think he's responding to somebody asking how he was. And Brandon says, Zerks, when are you going on tour? And Zerk says, I'm going soon. So that's what I'm not sure if he's just going to like the shows in California. Is that what he's meaning by that? Or is he actually going to go on tour for like a good chunk of it? Because that'd be interesting. Well, I know it ends up getting canceled, but I mean, like, wonder what his plans were. Was he planning on doing that? Because we're trying to gauge like how close he was with David, or how much he knows and how much time he spent with him and all that stuff. And then Maddie says, someone take his phone, please, and posts a video on that channel. Where's my huzz? And it's the video where it says, how are you, huzz? And then here, let me play the video.
Hey, huzz, I just realized it's always, where are the huzz? Where are the huzz? And never, how are the huzz? How are you guys? Guys doing all right?
Ugh. His eyes.
Yeah, it's this
what
is
the
a
heck?
like HR nightmare. I mean, this guy should not be posting stuff like this. I mean, it's just, like somebody that's, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's crazy that his managers let him just do that. You think they would kind of like had a little bit of control, like, because when you're like famous, or you're like, have a lot of people watching you, you're supposed to watch acting like that. I mean, I don't know. He's just out of control, I feel like. And I mean, his fans are right to point that out. Okay, so Maddie says, someone take his phone, please. Zach says he broke character. KF says he needs some form of help, and I don't know what it is. And Maddie says, let's donate David to science. He needs to be studied. Wow. And then Zach says, this is why the deluxe is in September, and posts this video.
Hey, huzz, I just realized something. Whenever you go number 2 and you wipe, you're digging in your butt.
What the heck?
I don't dig in my butt. I don't dig in my butt. You dig in your butt, twin.
What is
and you do it every day. When you wipe, you're digging in your butt.
Wow. Yeah, he should be,
Ew,
his phone should be taken away from him.
Ugh.
So fast
So
forward about 10 days,
annoying.
this however you say this name
heck?
says, what is the story behind the Withered album anyways, other than the stupid invisible string theory lisk? And Ben says, Keshi. And this symbol says, it makes no sense to me. And John says, nothing, like it's not about anything. And that symbol says, oh, LMAO. And then John says, he said it would tell a story like Petals to Thorns did, but it doesn't. And that symbol says effing deluxe, and has two skeleton faces. And he says, it's 12 tracks then. F you. And Maddie says, David's ass. And Ben says, after my house is not a home and withering, he fell off a tiny bit.
And the symbol says, he was at like 35 mil monthly listeners, and he's at 33.8 now, LMAO. And John says, swear I ain't listened to another David song till he stops doing shit ass features no one wants. And then in response to that symbol saying that basically his numbers dropped from 35 mil to 33.8 mil, Maddie says, that's sad. And John says, and stops wearing those F-ass contacts. And then Maddie says, bro, like 2 million listeners. In response to stop wearing the contacts, Maddie says, please, please, yes. God, they are so ugly. It's just like a David roast, huh? Anyway, Ben says, and takes those stupid piercings off his face. And Maddie says, and changes effing hair. And then in response to this, Maddie saying they're so ugly about his contacts, John says, bro, he posted without them before the concert. Then during the concert, he was wearing them. And Maddie says, and get the effing labubus off his waist. This is definitely a David roast. Oh my Lord. All his fans can't even stand him. So we're going to fast forward a week. We're at August 28th, 2025 at 9:26 p.m. Ben says, invisible string theory, so buns, dog. So yeah, I'm picking out those ones that they talk about invisible string theory just because I think it's interesting because Celeste is on it. And I was hoping to find something where somebody would say something like, oh, that sounds like Celeste, or that sounds like Yay Woohoo, or whatever, or that sounds like his girlfriend. Okay, so now the next morning, and so August 29th at 9:50 a.m., Viper said, I was just trying to get him and Kylie closer with 3 broken hearts. Leon says, Kylie like a D1 meat rider. And Ben says, he think he nonchalant. Kylie is not. Kylie's always, I don't know, from at least these ones that we've been reading recently, she's like pretty much bashing him a lot. She hasn't been sucking up to him or anything. She's been saying like a lot of negative things about him and criticizing him and stuff, kind of roasting him. I'm not saying to blame her, I'm just saying. But maybe at one point she was, sucking up to him. I don't know. Anyway, Ben says, he think he nonchalant. And Viper says, he responded to me on his story once and then land quote. And so he's basically quoting what Kylie says, I guess, saying, I don't even like David anymore, knowing damn well she do. And then Ben says, deleted user, drop the response. So he's basically telling her to respond. But see, another clue that this deleted user that's going to probably come in is going to be Kylie because they were talking about Kylie. And Lan says no, because she'd do that all the time with a crying face. And then Viper posts this video of David. It's David after he got his wisdom teeth out.
But imagine if I get out like now, though. That would be so crazy. Right? Crazy.
Okay. Now we're at 12:38 p.m. So in the afternoon, deleted says, so now this is Kylie, right? Context, we were able to figure that out by what we just saw. And deleted says, I ain't even listened to bro. And Maddie says, hi, Kylie. And A says, I hate David. And KF says, amen. So basically, amen to I hate David. And Luca says, is David getting an icon skin? And KF says, I hope not. And Ben says, eventually he will. It better not be some stupid kawaii stuff or none. And Luca says, he said he had stuff to announce regarding Fortnite. And KF said, his ego is big enough. He doesn't need one of those. And Luca posts this screenshot of David updates reposted. So something David reposted. And it's Shina posting Fortnite X David coming soon. Me and Fortnite got something coming up for you real soon. Video by Master Poor 96111. So basically he reposted China posting that with, it looks like, David. So basically showing that, David's saying that he's got something coming up with Fortnite because that person just said that too. So that makes me wonder, what did he have with Fortnite? I know he had that one song, but that was before that. This is the end of August 29th. They're saying, oh, he said he had something with Fortnite. You see that post. I mean, obviously ruined that, but I wonder what it was. Because I know that one song, that came out before that. So anybody know? They freaking canceled that. All right, now we're at September 5th, 3 days before they find Celeste, 7:22 p.m. Somebody posted a picture of him at a show, which we could tell with that hair that it's around that time period.
So that symbol guy posts a picture of David at the concert. Looks like he's kind of looking at him. And he says, David, eye contact. And then in response to that picture, Maddie says, he looks like he's charging at you. So now we're at 9/9. So this would be after the news came out. So September 9th at 3:19 a.m., Ben says, my theory is good and I'm standing by it. And D1K146 Hater says, invisible string theory. I just thought that was interesting to be brought up on that day, 9/9. And saying the invisible string theory, which we know that Celeste talking in that. So it's just kind of interesting. It's almost like, are they hinting that they knew, or they're thinking that, it is her, the same girl? Or I try to look at context for this and there really wasn't any. So don't know. Okay, that's all I have for you on this one, guys. I have a few more. Okay, I was just welcoming you, Izzy. You said you're new here and that you walked you walked into the butt talk. Come here, Bubba. That's funny. Yeah, digging your butt. It's like, how old are you? Like, why does that oof, it's freaking annoys me? Okay, so this one I only watched half of it because I was focusing on more 2025 for this video. So in another one we could um oh no, this is the one I watched whole of. Wait a minute. Oh no, this one we watched the whole thing. There's other ones I'm only gonna watch parts of them with you guys here because I'm focusing on more on the time frame on 2025, and then I'll save the rest if we watch more Discord. But like I said, I have these all uploaded on my channel, but I guess we did watch all of this. Or wait, no, there's a little bit at the beginning. What is this? Yeah, there's a little bit at the beginning that if we watch it another time, I'll save it. Okay. I'll turn her dad. Okay, so this I'm not going to exit out of. I'm going to put it back into the lineup for another live sometime to finish that. Okay, so I was just looking on Reddit real quick. Out of curiosity, check this out though. Very interesting. So, that whole video of him saying it smells, or does it say it smells? It's like if you smell something, I just took a crap 2 hours ago or whatever, and then Sakura says, "Oh, I just did it too, like an hour ago, whatever." So somebody, who is it? USIM or whatever, shows like matches up the windows to the bathroom. This is the bathroom they were in, and they had the camera set up like right here, so it was coming outward, so it was coming like you didn't see the bathtub because it was coming the other way. And the windows would be here, so they're pointing out like if he was parked in the garage or out, in front on the street, the smell would come up through to the window if he had her in the car, which I do think he had her in the car on 4th of July. It wasn't, I doubt it was in the, he had her in the house. He probably kept her in the car after a certain point, in the trunk or frunk or whatever. So yeah, he was probably paranoid when they were in the bathroom if they could smell it, so that makes sense. Yeah, definitely. It's this video, and then you could see that in reflection, and then the bathtub would be like what they're staring at, like it would be right there. So it'd be, wait, let's see, there has to be another window then. Hold on a second. Oh, no, okay. So they're like sitting right. Somehow where they're sitting, you can never see the bathtub, but if you watch the video, you could see the shower, you could see the toilet. So it's like facing out somehow. I'd have to go put it into perspective another day. Right now I am gonna move on. Oh, Zeke's growling at me. Hi, baby. but not growling. I shouldn't say growling. It's not growling. He does this little when he's trying to tell me like he wants to probably go to bed is why he's doing that. He's telling me he wants to go to bed. Bubba, I'm not quite ready, okay? Come up here with your sis. Come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, up. I got you. Here's my boy. Here's my Ziki. I love him very, very, very much. He's my best friend. He's my best boy in the whole world, huh? Yes, you are, Bubs. Yes, you are. Yeah. You want to see? You just sit by your sister. I have this thing. I've showed you my chair. It flips down. I got it for because my I have my pink chairs over here that I normally sit on, but this one flips down so he could sit right beside me. So I got it right here. Okay. So let's okay, so let's go to the next one. Next one is just the very end I want to play. It's from the video I did called David's Surprising Dating Preferences and His Odd Comments About Why He Was Single, which, like I said, we're not going to go over the first 40 minutes. I just want to go over the last like 6 minutes. But another time I want to go over the earlier part, but right now I want to focus on the time frame of April on this one. So this is from April. Zeke, where you go, baby? Oh, shoot. Where are you going? He's probably going to go down with my mom and then he'll be off in La La Land by the time I get done. But if you want, Bob, you could do it. Okay. I love you though. I love you very much. He's ready for bed. Okay, so I'm going to pick up here 427. So 4 days after the murder. Let's see what people are talking about in chat. I don't even remember. Some of these these are some of the Discord, all my Discord videos that I've been going over on these lives. So these are the ones that are left. So I didn't go through all of them because to remind myself like what some of the specifics were on some of these. I mean, I went through them back then when I made them very thoroughly. That's why I put them together. But it's been a while since I made them. But I went and I picked what I did was pick the parts where it was like in 2025 or around the time of the murder, just so we could see, what was going on. So let's see. I forget what this is going to be here or what they're going to be talking about here. Oh, I have to turn it up. Hold on. 25, 8:50 p.m. The cat says, I feel offended. And May says, you are a loved mod. A says, no, David just knows who Kylie is because of the past. And the cat says, not a single thanks. And deleted user says, I did say thanks. And A says, no, David just knows who Kylie is because of the past. And deleted user says, shh, shh. Sophia says, her simp era. And deleted user says, I did say thanks. And the cat says, I know, I'm just making you look horrible, hee hee. So you could tell from context clues that this deleted user is Kylie, right? And deleted user says, nah, because he said no on stream, but then DM me saying he was playing. So that's to be Kylie, right? And May says, dude, so lucky that he knows who you are. And deleted user says, no one needs to know the past. And A says, leaf. And deleted user says, shh. And the cat says, mommy. And deleted user, in response to deleted user saying, no one needs to know the past, Sophia says, girl, we know. Hey, guys. May says, guys, he's going on. And deleted user says, no. And in response to her saying, no one needs to know the past, May says, what's this so-called past? And in response to Cat saying, mommy, deleted user says, no, he said, thank you, mom, all derogatorily. And in response to May saying, what's the so-called past, deleted user says, no one tell. I'm banning anybody who tells. And Toxic says, FM. Benji says, and no problem or no. In response to deleted user saying no, May says, I need to know. The cat says, Kylie almost converted David back from asexual. For real. And deleted user says, oh, I remember that. And the cat says, bro was simping so bad. And May says, what? And in response to her almost converting David from asexual, deleted user says, no, I did not. Stop spreading that. And May says, oh my God. And Sophia says, please. And deleted user says, no. And the cat says, explain it. Sophia says, ass or ASS, maybe. Oh, screenshot maybe. I don't know. The cat says censored. And then in response to the Kylie almost converting David back from asexual, Ben says, I can confirm I've seen proof. Sophia says, huh? And deleted user says, I'm banning all of y'all. And Sophia says, I'll delete it. And deleted user says, man. The cat, in response to Ben saying, I can confirm I've seen proof, the cat says, I just made that up. Stop. Sophia says, I've been here for years. And May says, guys, this is such a you had to be there moment that I wasn't there for. And the cat says, I just made that up. Stop. Ben says, no, you didn't. May says, guys, this is such a you had to be there moment that I wasn't there for. A says, it was terrible, but you brought back my spark. May says, that's face like worried or sad face. Ben says, I wasn't there either. A says, it was terrible. Deleted user says, horrible. A says, sleep in the dark without you. Deleted user says, imagine David cries while singing Afterlife again. And Anthony says, I've been here since a certain Maddie incident. And Ben says, God forbid a man cry, shaking my head. And in response to Kat saying that she just made that up, stop, deleted user says, nah, he's lying. In response to Ben saying, I wasn't there either, May says, okay, so at least I'm not alone. Deleted user says, we all saw it. Anthony says, I've been here since a certain Maddie incident. And A says, Maddie or Maddie? And then in response to Ben saying, God forbid a man cry, deleted user says, there's none wrong with it. I'm just saying. In response to A saying Maddie or Maddie, Anthony says, don't remember, but she was rude. And then in response to May saying, okay, at least I'm not alone, Ben says, you just got to go with the flow and agree with anything that's against Kylie. Anthony says, never forgot it though. A says, probably Maddie. Anthony says, I remember David being actually alive back then. And then in response to Ben saying about going with the flow and agree with anything against Kylie, May says, wait, but I like Kylie. She's cool. And Anthony says, some days. In response to May saying, I like Kylie, Ben says, no, you don't. Okay, so that's all I have on that topic. I have a ton more on, it's not all I have as far as the timeline, but just on that
So he
topic,
brings
I'm
a
trying to make like
knife.
shorter little pre-records for people to kind of be able to kind of swallow this information, because I know some people to get it all, and you know. Now watching that when he's pulling out the knife, just it gives, it's just knowing what he did to her. And now, like, knowing for sure, like, what they have, he puts out that night. Oh, I can't. It makes me so angry. So this one I will save because we didn't go over the beginning, which is, it's interesting. It's definitely worth going over. I just wanted to kind of do 2025 today since we're not gonna be able to get through everything. Now the next one, let's go over something else real quick while switch it up a little bit here. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, because all the other stuff. Zeke, you could get out, bub. He's gonna be yelling at me now. Have you guys looked at all the stuff from TMZ the last couple days? Is that worth going over? Or are you guys all seeing it already? Let me actually pull up this video. Hold on. Let me do some of these videos. Just random things I collected. Zeke, Bubba, it's fine. Please. Please. All right. Here's a few little videos that I Zeke, stop it, Bubs. Please. Okay. Oh yeah, so there's this on 12/18/23. So this would definitely be after he knew Celeste. This would have been well, only a couple months before she went missing. Like and remember February 14th, 2024 is when she went out there and ran away and stayed with him. And then supposedly on February 19th, she went back home because of the cops going to David's, which we didn't know for the longest time. That's whole story, that the cops actually went to his house. So yeah, this was posted by David December 18th, 2023. And then listen, you could hear a girl in the back. I don't know why he posted this, but listen. Zeke, it's okay, baby.
Yo, I need help. I need help. What the fuck? I need help, man.
He's like, I need help. I need help. Like, I know they're just joking around, I'm sure, but you could hear a girl in the background. Here, I'll play it one more time. Hold on.
Yo, I need help. I need help. What the fuck? I need help, man.
Now that we know he has other freaking, he could have had other girls anyway, but you hear a girl kind of laughing at the beginning and then somebody at the end go boo boo or something. No, he's already out for the night. He's trying to tell me he wants to go to bed. That's his like, come on, I want to go to bed. All right.
I went up there.
So that's him and his little band. You can see Rob's brother there, and he's just acting like.
About 10 minutes ago to do a line check everything's working, and I started playing SpongeBob, and the speakers went off, and people started cheering. You're a legend. You're a legend. The SpongeBob thing. Yo, for the record, I didn't know. The first time the song has ever been played in an arena is from this man right here. Yo, you got it. I remember when I was working.
That's creepy. All right, now he's talking about. Well, listen to what he says. Let me make sure I have this all the way up. It sounds so low. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit on the editor, so if it's too high, or just be where it's gonna get a little bit higher. Basically, I'll put it up. Like, hold on. All right. Hopefully it won't be too much higher. Okay.
Working on Romantic Homicide, it was a bit of a darker song. I had never made anything that dark with lyrics like that. I remember showing my mom the song before it came out too, and she was like, "You're killing people?" Oh. I was like, "No, it's not real. It's just a song. It's just a song." She made me hesitate, and I was gonna release the song, and I held it back. I released Here With Me first because I thought, okay, everybody's gonna like the happy songs, like, you know, it's talking about love, it's talking about all the things, all the cliche things that everybody likes already. And then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go for it. And I just released it without changing the lyrics because my mom told me to change the lyric, and I was like, I'm not gonna change the lyric. And I released it, and it clicked instantly. And that was the song that kind of skyrocketed me to the success.
How did you start your homeschool?
My mom. I think I was a terrible student when I was in public school. Like, I couldn't pay attention. I had terrible grades. So my mom kind of decided to put me in homeschooling so I could focus and not have any distractions. It helped a lot. I hated it for the first 2 years, but the rest of my high school life, I understood that I do focus much more on what I'm supposed to do by myself. She wanted me to like go to trade school and learn like a trade. I was gonna be cybersecurity for. She didn't think that video games was gonna go anywhere. I was so adamant about. I was like, I can make millions of dollars if you just let me play Fortnite. And she was like, no. But yeah, once the music thing started and she started to see like the impact it was having on the fans and stuff like that, she was like, oh wow, this could actually be something.
Wait, I just want to point out cybersecurity. Interesting. Now knowing what he oh yeah. Okay, so this is April 25th at the Band Lab. A pop-up. So 2 days after the freaking murder, he goes to New York for that Band Lab pop-up. It's basically April 25th through the 27th, but the 27th is when he goes to Houston to play that virtual live where he plays a real live, you know, in front of a live audience, but it's also live streamed so people can watch it, you know, at home. And then this is, remember, April 25th is when he first sings Afterlife acoustic, and he cries, and then he sings it in Houston, cries. But anyway, 2 days after, he's over here gonna do a little flip. Ugh, look, how could he just be all happy and smiling here? Okay, so this is a video that came out way long ago, but some people had mentioned it recently, so I wanted to play it again for you guys to see. So he has this video where he's cleaning shoes. This is like cleaning people's shoes as a side hustle, by the way. And this was important in the moment, like I said, months ago when we were trying to establish that David had a relationship with Celeste. I mean, now it's obvious he did, but back then it was like this big breakthrough thing because you could see that her shoe, like he's cleaning her shoes, which, so he's cleaning shoes. And he does have it on fast. This is how he uploaded it on fast. So you could see she posts this to her, I think it was her Facebook, Celeste did, and you could see her shoes on it. I think it's Jordans or whatever it is. Yeah, those are Jordans. Okay. And look, you could see, oh, I paused it at the perfect time. I didn't even do that. I was going to try to pause it at a time where I could show. I paused it at a perfect time. I want to try to get another good pause. You can see he's cleaning her shoes. So sorry, I'm just trying to get like every screen. Yeah. I didn't mean to shoot one. I didn't mean to cut it. So yeah, back then it was way more like, whoa, but now, we know he definitely had a relationship with her. Okay. And then what's the next one I have here? Oh, then check this out. I never even seen this video. This is that a video from that night. It was sometime in the end of July. It was posted by that Maximilian. He posted the picture July 29th, but obviously it wasn't from July 29th because I mean he posts pictures, whenever, like from previous parties. I do think this party was sometime at the end of July, but it wasn't July 29th. But remember the pictures where Neil had the red jersey? Well, the one where SF was thinking that I guess he was thinking the pictures since they were posted July 29th, that Maximilian, that meant that the party was July 29th. So he posted that video from moving the Tesla, but then he took it down just a couple days ago. I don't know if he put it back up, but he said, and it was funny because I don't know why I think he was watching my live because we were talking about that video and how you can't see anything. And then right after that, he posted that post at Twitter. And he said, look, you could see the red jersey, blah, blah, blah. And then I went through and I said, well, no, he wasn't wearing the red jersey. We went through the tour video, the bus tour video, and saw that Neil wasn't wearing the red jersey. He was wearing like a black hoodie. And then he took that post down. So I think he was actually watching. I could be wrong. But anyway, so he was assuming that was posted that day and that Neil that day was wearing a red jersey and that he could see the red jersey in that video of them moving the Tesla, which you can't make out crap. Those red little things in it are from the actually Sydney, are you watching Sydney? She was like a photographer and had the actual name of what those are called. Hold on, I just know from experiencing editing, looking into videos, I should say, for cases, understanding how things appear, like the visuals when you're trying to look through a video, and you in the lights and the refracting of the lights and the shadows, and how it can make different colors appear that aren't even there. Then you change like the freaking contrast, excuse me, the exposure, the contrast. It makes colors there that aren't there. And once you become familiar with it, you realize which colors are not there. You could tell, like, okay, that those are not there. What is it called? Hold on. She had sent me a text about what it was actually called. That phenomena or whatever. Where is it? But here's a video from that party. I'll play it while I'm looking for it. Okay, it's called Chromatic Aberration.
I'll tell you guys a story. I had a friend whose girlfriend.
Optical distortion, where a lens fails to focus all the wavelengths of light into a single convergence point. I don't know if that's, but it's something to do with that. Like I said, refractions, about caused by refraction variations, dispersion of different colors. Blue light bends more than red. It can be correct, like all this stuff. So it's just, you got to be careful. But I think it's like one of those videos where, I mean, there's no way anybody should have said they knew for sure anything about watching that video. You can't tell crap. And for sure can't say with 100% certainty, like, oh yeah, I know who it is. I could tell 100%. I could tell. Like that is not, I think that's a mistake. I mean, I know that's a mistake. That's not, should not have been said, in my opinion, like, because there, you can't see it. Anyway, this is what he thought he was wearing that day. And he says, smile if you're, where are they at? Are they like in a box? Who's that? Are you guys still? Yeah, you're still here. Let me see. Trying to see if we could recognize who else. Look at. They're all like just. Almost like they're all just watching them. Look, people are recording. So you know, there's more videos out there for this night. There's all everybody with their phones. That point, I'm surprised there hasn't been more videos and stuff of different things with David and everybody, because everybody has phones, but maybe people are just turning them into the cops instead. But yeah. Okay, so here's another clip that somebody had reposted and said, they said he is definitely talking about Celeste Rivas. So see what you think about this.
I'll tell you guys a story. I had a friend whose girlfriend continuously broke his heart and was continuously doing things that he knows that she'll keep doing, and he'll keep on having to take her back because that love is so strong. And she'll keep promising and promising and promising that she'll change, but she never changes. And he'll be at the verge of breaking up with her and leaving her, and then she'll be like, wait, can you please wait for me? I'll change. I promise I'll change. I'll change soon. I'll fix these problems. And he'll be like, okay, maybe I do have this faith that you will change. So I'll stay. Even at my own expense, I'm the one being hurt. I'm the one getting my heart broken. I'll stay because that love I have for you is so strong. And sometimes I wonder, as a sinful person, as we all are sinful people committing these sins.
It's my best friend molded. It's supposed to represent romantic homicide. Yeah.
I'm on mute. I'm on freaking mute. Gosh, I hate when I do that. I know. Anyway, I was just pointing out Celeste bracelet. Good thing. I don't think that video had much here. Oh, you guys could still hear the other video. I'm sorry. I was just gonna play the gooner
Oh,
video.
bro, I'm a gooner. I'm a gooner. I'm a gooner.
Ew, I can't stand him. And this, like I said, we get to see the date he live streamed this because this is his screen. July 23rd, 2025 at 8:05. So the sun was just going down. So after the murder, exactly 3 months after the murder, he has, like I said, he does have this video pulled up. Now, I don't know exactly I don't know, but he has this video. This is just put up on a screen. Asia's here. He's saying, we know what gooner means now. I read you the definition of it. Looks like he just must have gave blood or something. It does not look like one of those raps when you get pricked. And he 3 months after he kills Celeste, he's talking about gooning, and he's like almost like it's like this addiction that he can't help it. Like, I'm a gooner, he can't help himself. It's just ew. Gosh, I'm so glad that they have a strong case against him. So glad. Now here is that video from the last person moving the Tesla. Let me make this slow if you guys haven't seen it. I'll just play it. Look how those lights look because of, oh, maybe that's how they are with Teslas. Sucks because you could, it's the reflection. You can see a reflection of light or something right there. Huh. I think it's David. I think it was like a bonnet. I feel like that's forehead with the bonnet, but I still, I can't say I could. No, that's just a guess. There's so many pixels and things you could see, shadows. No, I mean, that would just be like a guess. I would never look at this and be like, oh my God, that's 100%. Yep, that's so and so. You can't tell. There's all these reflections. So I don't know. I just would say, I don't know who that is. I definitely don't see a red jersey, and nobody even had a red jersey on, so that wouldn't even make sense. Huh. Anyway. All right. Now, oh shoot. Now I wanted to play this again, and then I'm gonna find. Oh wait, no. First, let me play this. Hold on. Hold on. I had a video where I. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I think that is this video where is an upload where I took out, like, where is it at? I don't know if this is the right part. Hold on a second. That's her. Even the people that originally was saying, oh yeah. So the reason I want to kind of play this is because I can't find my edit. I lost like a bunch of my edits of old videos, because this is an old video that I did with in my editor. I lost a bunch of them, like the timeline, and I don't know if I accidentally deleted them, so I can't bring up the edit. I didn't feel like doing it over, but I had basically took out the parts where Celeste was, or who was talking, and turned them up really loud. So I think, let's see how this
Obviously.
sounds.
Okay, here we go. You can hear him talking. Oh, wait, let me start at the beginning. Tell me if you don't think it sounds like Celeste. And then I have some audio of her talking too to compare, but okay.
Oh, thank you.
Not the one with the accent. The one with the accent's the one recording it. It's the other girl that's talking. You'll see this light up, the yay woohoo. Where's yay woohoo? I think it's down here, light up when she talks. So it's just this girl with this accent talking to yay woohoo, which is Celeste.
Oh, do Duolingo.
Yes, I did.
Spanish is so beautiful. I like this language. Oh my god.
You guys are so awkward. Why are you guys interacting with her?
I just realized, no, I didn't do that on that. I'm playing the other part, so I might as well just play it straight from my editor. Hold on a second. I thought I did. I know I edited it where I did it louder with her voice, but that's not it doesn't sound any louder. So I'm just going to pull up this and play the actual video here. Okay, here we go.
I do Duolingo. I do Portuguese. Because I only know Spanish. You know? It's so cute. Do you guys like her accent or no? Do you like her accent? Yes. You guys are so awkward. Why are you guys interacting with her? Hey, it was fun talking to you though. Wait, what's your name?
Just the way she talks, like Celeste has a accent in a way. I mean, it's not strong, but she has a way she talks, you know, and I feel like it's pretty distinctive, and I think it is the same voice that's on Invisible String Theory and some of the other songs, which I'm going to play. That recording that I had played before. But let me listen to this one more time. I'm going to try to turn up her parts. Hold on.
I
I guess that is pretty loud, right?
I only know Spanish.
She said she only knows Spanish. Let me turn that up. This might be really loud. Hold on.
I only know Spanish.
She said I only know Spanish, which would matter.
I only know Spanish. It's so cute.
She says, you're so cute.
Cute.
Here, let me turn that part up.
So cute.
Oh, shoot, I didn't do it.
It's so cute.
Sorry, I'm chopping this so I can make it higher.
It's so cute.
Maybe that's a little too high. I'll just do it like 6.
It's so cute. Do you guys like her accent or no? Do you like her accent? Yes.
I guess I could make that all 6. Wow. So most of it is her talking, but.
Do you like her accent? Yes. You guys are so awkward. Why are you guys interacting with her? Hey, it was fun talking to you though. Wait, what's your name?
So yeah. Most of it is her talking. So now let me play this recording again.
I sound so stupid right now, but like I've been so selfish and I can't stop thinking about you and what I did and how it's affecting like everything. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I tried. You're special, David. I got a question.
What's the question?
Why don't you hold my hands anymore?
Oh, here we go again, bro.
Nah, I'm so serious.
Bro,
I'm so serious. Like,
all right, continue.
I haven't held your hand. Shoot.
Sorry.
Like, you're
My
not
fault,
funny. I swear you're not funny.
My fault. I'm done.
Let me think.
About to set a timer.
It could have been yesterday. So it
Oh,
could have
okay,
been
yesterday.
yesterday.
Wow, yeah, I'm glad you remember that. I'm glad.
Period.
Ew,
Thank you.
I hate when you say period, man. All right. I got a question for you now.
Okay.
Why do you think we met? Yeah, why do you think we met?
Well, I think personally,
Mhm.
have you ever heard of the invisible strength theory?
Oh yeah.
Exactly that. So basically, we met because we were supposed to meet.
Okay.
And we're connected because we're supposed to be connected. It's kind of like that, I loved you before I existed and I love you even when I die.
Word.
Yes.
Word. Okay.
But yeah, it's weird, it's strange, it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
So don't leave me.
No, you got it.
Okay.
You got it.
All right. I love you. I love you. You're the one calling my phone.
You been there,
Your number is
been
blocked.
there, you been
Blocked.
there.
Calling me.
Been there, you been there, you been there.
Please go away.
Been there, been there, been there.
Why are you calling?
Been
Why are
there,
you calling me?
been there,
Call me. Say
been
you're
there.
sorry. This. I think you want to go and change the narrative and say something completely different. You gotta figure whatever you got going on. Figure that out.
Baby. Baby. I love my sister. I learned Portuguese because I literally I don't even know Spanish. You know? It's so cute. Do you guys like her accent or no? Do you like her accent? Yeah. You guys are so awkward. Why are you sometimes interacting with her? Hey, it was fun talking to you though. Wait, what's your name? That's cute.
Okay, sorry, I was finishing commenting. Who was in here? I just commented it out. Would the person in here email me here? Email. If you are the one that, oh, cool, Surfing Sunshine. He's actually one of the creators that's covering this that I don't mind or that I do respect because there's some that, well, I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, he's cool. Okay, so what I was going to say is, yeah, because the thing is, from her side, it sounds completely real. Now, his part sounds more scripted for some reason. So, what if it was just a voicemail, then he added his part to make it look like a conversation? Or maybe he did record a conversation because some of them are voicemails. You could tell it's one sided and stuff she's saying. But that first part of it, the string, invisible string theory, the part where it's back and forth, I mean, that's a convo. So did he record that conversation? Or was that really just a real voicemail that she left and he added his part on it? Because his doesn't sound as natural as hers. But I still think it could, I mean, it does sound like a real convo. It does. And then the other ones at the end, the second half of this recording where it's just like a few different things that she says, those I definitely believe, in my opinion, that it is parts of voicemails that she had left. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I was just saying. As far as some of the end parts where she's just saying little things, little statements or whatever, those are parts of voicemails in my opinion. Um And it's just so sucky that that comes out, at least the invisible string theory comes out after the album comes out, at least with that one, comes out after she's already gone. And he doesn't give her any credit. He can't put her name on it because, you know what I'm saying? He couldn't give her credit. But that's the thing when he uses that copyright thing. If it was a copyright issue, it would be that he would have to credit her. You know what I'm saying? It's copywritten. So either if you're going to use it, either you're going to use it illegally and then you're not going to be allowed to use it because they're going to, if you're using it without permission, then you're not going to be able to put out that song or you're going to have a lawsuit, you know, or it's copywritten. So therefore you have to, they want credit. So there's either two things: you can't use it, which you wouldn't be on your album and you'd be sued, or you would, they're asking for you to credit the name. So it's just like, it makes no sense, the copywritten thing. It's like, and nobody even questioned it. It's like people just, like the interviewer probably, I mean, in the spot wasn't even thinking, like putting two and two together, but it's like, but who is anybody out here that was who was it that told me? It was a couple lives ago. You had wrote it in a comment about how it was an article I think that I had already read, or after you had said it, we read it, about how he says, because I know a lot of the times he's talking about the invisible string theory, and it's, you know, he talks about it, but this one article I'm trying to find because I want to put it into a short. Where he says that it was a real conversation, and you pointed it out, and then we went over it again. Are you here, and can you help me find the article? Because I can't find the article. I'm just bringing up all the articles that I had read, and I can't find that part for some reason. And Rufio, are you still here? Remember you had said something at the beginning of the live, and I said I have to make a short. I've been meaning to make a short on that. Do you remember what it was? Because now I forget, and it's driving me nuts. Because I don't want to forget. I don't know. Dang it! What was it? I guess I could go back and hear. Oh, it was the Zerks. That's right. Hold on, let me write that down. It was. I just remembered. It was Zerks. Him talking about giving Zerks a call. Okay, cool. I've been meaning to do that for like a week now, and I keep forgetting. Okay, I'm talking about an article though. I know he mentions it in interviews, but there's this article that I was actually referring to. It's just this quick sentence article, but yeah, that Zach saying, I went over parts of that. That's a really good interview. He's actually a really good interviewer. Now I realize why he is so successful, because going back now, watching all these David interviews, you know, trying to like find something that he says or some kind of sign. And so I'm watching all these interviews and, you know, what they're asking him. And out of all the interviews, like he's the only one that actually asks like deeper questions and gets into like the nitty gritty of stuff and like digs into his life and stuff and different things. And I'm like, wow, now I know why. Like he's actually a really good interviewer. Like the questions that he asks. I'm not saying the other ones were bad interviewers, but they're more like not superficial, but it was like more like, what is the word, surface level kind of questions. But Zach, he like very good questions. So yeah, now I see what the whole why he's so good. I mean, why he has so many viewers or subs, and why he's so successful in what he does, because he's actually really good. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah. Let me see if there's anything else I want to go over. Oh, have you guys been over all the stuff from the TMZ stuff? Oh, Zeke's still here. Yes. I guess we could do that. I kind of don't want to be on too much longer because I know I want to get Zeke to bed. I got a soft spot for my boy. So I'm sure a lot of these are from days ago, so you probably have already seen them. I'll just kind of skim through. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. So they release, it says, inside the garage tied to Celeste Rivas murder. So when those movers were moving out the stuff, people, a reporter got some pics. The garage. Wonder if that's a stain. I doubt he would have left like a big viewable stain. It was probably more that when they put the whatever they used, what's it called on it, and saw that there was blood. But maybe there was, because you might not be able to get it all off. I don't know. I mean, gosh. Says we're getting a look inside the Hollywood Hills rental house at the center of the case against David, including the garage prosecutors allege was used to store 14-year-old Celeste. The garage area became a key part of the investigation, with prosecutors claiming the space was used in the aftermath of Rivas's death. So wonder where did they think he actually killed her at? Because they use the word like she bled out. Like, was there blood on the carpet or anything, or did he have that all set up? Or because I think he probably had it all planned. Well, we know he was waiting, but I mean, I think he probably had something laying down, and Celeste probably wouldn't have thought twice about it because he was making those shirts laying down the tarp and probably different art things. So he probably had like stuff like that around his house. So seeing like a tarp on the ground wouldn't be like suspicious to her. Like, I'm sure she wouldn't have thought, oh, you know what I'm saying? Or something laying on the ground. She probably, it wouldn't even phase her because, like I said, just stuff, projects he's done and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So he probably did have something laying down. So there was no blood that got anywhere. But I'm just curious if they think that he actually killed her in the garage or somewhere else. And then, put her in the garage until he dismembered her. And then dismembered her in the garage, it sounds like. But it does say, okay, so this says, according to court docs, prosecutors allege Rivas was stabbed inside the home off the famed Sunset Strip after being brought there in an Uber from her family's house. And then the blue inflatable pool is used inside the garage to contain the blood. But the pool wasn't bought until after the murder, though. So here's the kitchen with the fridge that they had. Remember the one one article when the whole freezing thing came out? They had their front thing was like this picture of this fridge. It says back in October 2025, we obtained photos showing a cleanup crew clearing out David's belongings from the home, tossing bags of clothes and other personal items as the property was prepped for a new tenant. Private pool now going for more than $23,000 a month. It really isn't. I mean, hold on a second. I mean, there really isn't other stuff. Oh, that's the other one thing I wanted to bring up. Hold on. This. The death certificate that they point out, that's kind of interesting. So if you guys have seen this, where they say they had changed it. So it was, here, let me point out where it's at. Hold on. Right here. Okay, let me zoom in. Okay, so hopefully you guys could see this, where it says decedent pregnant in last year. And it has X'd no. But then for the corrections, they said they updated and corrected it, which they're right. So these are all the corrections that they made. So statement of corrections, part 2, that was 113A. And now they changed it to unknown. They put it U, unknown. So that was, this article was about them changing the death certificate from no to unknown. I'm trying to think. Yeah. So 113A. So that's what that was. So I thought that was interesting. And then what else? Then you have Celeste Rivas's family, gruesome details of her death, shock family into silence. This cute little picture of Celeste. Look. And it says, I hate all these ads. Celeste's parents were investigated over allegations of child neglect and abuse about a year before David allegedly murdered the 14-year-old runaway, but law enforcement found no wrongdoing, TMZ had learned. When Celeste went off missing from her family home in Lake Elsinore, California, the Riverside County Sheriff's Office tell us it opened an investigation that year on April 27th. That was a couple weeks after Celeste was reported missing for the second time. And it says it's unknown who called to complain, but RCSD tells TMZ the person expressed concern about a juvenile who had run away. We're told deputies responded and interviewed everyone who was at Celeste's home, but the investigation found no evidence of child neglect. Thing is, RCSD says deputies were unable to interview Celeste, who had not been located, and therefore were unable to determine if a crime had occurred. Celeste's family reported her missing in February and April 2024, and according to prosecutors, Riverside deputies called David on February 17th after finding his number in Celeste's phone records. He claimed he had last spoken to her on February 13th or 14th, but also told deputies he didn't know she was a minor or missing. And here's that picture of him meeting with these girls or these kids that were students, or yeah, students with Celeste. And now we know he gave them a phone to give to Celeste to keep in contact with her, and then gave him $1,000 for doing it. So this is probably what this transaction was, I'm guessing, giving them the phone saying, hey, or give this to Celeste and here's some money. It says prosecutors say Celeste returned home to Lake Elsinore 2 days later and her parents took her phone. David allegedly got back in contact with Celeste by driving to Lake Elsinore and paying one of her junior high classmates $1,000 to give her her phone he'd bought for her. I swear I haven't read these at a time. Like, I just read the titles, and then when I see the picture, I know most of the time it's like I have the same thoughts as what the article is going to say, because I mean, I'm definitely well versed on this case. I mean, well invested, I should say, for what, almost 8 months now. Little over a year after her parents were investigated and cleared for child neglect, prosecutors say David ordered Celeste an Uber to drive her from Lake Elsinore to his home, Hollywood Hills home, in April 23rd. It says prosecutors claim David and Celeste first met in 2022 when she was 11 years old, and they began a sexual relationship in November 23 when he was 18 and she was 13. And if you think about it, he was about to turn 19. Think about that, because when is her, oh yeah, her birthday is September. So she just turned 13. In 3 months, he would have turned 19 because his birthday's in March. So 4 months. In 4 months, he would have been 19. And she had just basically turned, I mean, a couple months ago, she turned 13. So yeah, he's almost 6 years older than her, right? Let's see what else. Wait. So no, this wasn't. He was not. This was before the murder. It was posted after, but it was before. Okay, so hold on. There's a couple more I just want to skim through. Recovered, which we already went over that when we read the document where it said that the passport card was so it was one of those because you could either get like one of those passport card, they're cheaper, like a card, or you could get your actual passport. Because I had just got one last year where you had the option. So the way they described it, she had the card type one that's not as, I guess, as much, or it's cheaper, plus you can't do as much with it or whatever. But anyway, so yeah, he ditched that, and when he was on the road off of I forget the road now. I have to go back and look at the document. They found it, some guy found it on the side of the road there, and oh my god, I am drawing a freaking blank. Santa Barbara. I couldn't even remember that for a minute. So May 1st, he ordered the 2 chainsaws. May 5th, he ordered the body bag and a blue inflatable pool. May 8th is when he returned to Santa Barbara. So I was probably saying that a little mixed up today. So May 5th is when he had everything. I kept saying May 8th. May 5th is when he had all of the supplies, which I think is when he probably started to dismember her. Because he didn't have the blue inflatable pool till then. May 8th, he returned to Santa Barbara. So April 24th, May 8th, and May 31st is all the trips to Santa Barbara. The isolated site was off of SR 154. Hold on, I want to see how they. July 7th is when he ordered the burn cage. I'm just seeing something really quick. Where is that? I was trying to see where the oh huh. Okay. Oh, this is the other one I just wanted to skim through. It says Celeste's dad never received money, never met David nor received money from him. There was a big rumor. I remember when this all first happened, there was a rumor. That's where that 9,000, I think it was 9,000 or $10,000 didn't they say like a week or a month or something? It was a lot of money that the rumor was when it first happened that he was giving the parents to not say anything like every week or something, which, there was nothing to back up to confirm that. but I think that's why they probably seen all these rumors about them being paid off to keep quiet and all this stuff. So that's probably why they're like, no, like I never met David, much less received any money from him, despite rumors floating around the family's hometown that the singer was given funds to the Rivas. See, I swear I haven't even read these yet. I just kind of read the titles. It's always exactly what I'm saying. I don't do that on purpose. I'm sorry, because then it's like I'm repeating it. Well, I guess I don't even need to read the article then. How cute. She's. Anyway, there's been online speculation, including on Reddit and Facebook, springing up around Lake Elsinore, California, located about 2 hours southeast of LA, that disgraced singer and murder suspect gave money to the family. Jesus Rivas or Jesus Rivas, isn't that how they tells TMZ through his attorney, Patrick Steinfeld, I never had any contact with this guy, and we haven't received any money from him or anyone else in his family. As we reported, the family was so devastated and exhausted after David's first court appearance in the murder case last week, they decided not to talk to the public or the media. Now they're dealing with gossip about supposedly being paid off. According to prosecutors, investigators claim the singer stabbed Rivas to death at, I'm not going to reread all the details again. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we already went over that a month of multiple lives for months now. I'm not going to go over that again. I think that's all. All this other stuff is more kind of just the same thing over and over with like one new thing, but you could learn it just from the title. All right. Well, I gotta finish the next live. I might do the Wade kiosk because I just have to finish those because there are some people that are still, following or interested in that case. I know some of you guys are burnt out, which all I'm doing now, I'm just going to finish reading those kiosks. I think it'll probably take me maybe 3 more lives just to continue reading the rest of what I got. So I do need to finish that. Is anybody in here that is, following the Wade stuff that is waiting for me to read that rest of the Wade kiosk? And then I still, wait, let me see what this one. Okay, so I still want to do the rest of these Discord from like his dating preference ones, his which one is this? Hold on. Yeah, just different thing dating and what else? Hold on a second. The gore stuff. Yeah, there's like wait, one for sure. 1, 3, but the 3 are just parts of the 3 videos. So yeah, I think one more live going over the rest of the Discord stuff videos that I have that I haven't went over again with you guys. I actually still have a few files of Discord that I never even made videos on that I had screenshot because I felt they were interesting and I decided, okay, I wasn't going to include them in any videos, but now they maybe I'll look through them and see if there's anything interesting that seem worthwhile to go through. And then if there's any updates, and then did Caleb Flynn's trial start yet? I wanted to cover that. But doesn't that start today? I think it starts today. Shoot, I have an appointment. Dang. Hold on, let me look that up. I wanted to cover that trial. Well, if I don't live stream the actual trial, I'll just watch it and then talk about it, like highlights or whatever. Let me see something. Let me see if so they have a gosh darn appointment tomorrow. Let me see if there's anything that shows it's coming up. Hold on. So I thought I was supposed to start the 4th, but maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. I want to see so I could tell you guys. Well, I don't know. I'll have to see. They don't have a reminder up yet, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to be tomorrow. Huh. Oh. There's so many trials. It's like, should I be watching these? It's like you got to kind of pick and choose which ones because you don't have time. I mean, it's hard. Like, for instance, I'm trying to follow this David, that takes up so much time that it doesn't really leave you much time to watch too many other trials, Huh. Well, I don't know. If the Caleb trial starts tomorrow, I don't know if I'll live stream the trial, but I'll talk about it. I'll try to watch it and do highlights. What other trial did I want to cover? Courtney Clenny, and then what else was there? Yes, yes, yep. No, I shouldn't say growl. It's not a growl. She must be back where I was saying he growled. Because he's not, it's not a growl. I shouldn't say that because it's given a wrong impression. It's cute. It's like he's trying to talk to you. And it's the cutest thing. He'll sit there and he'll go, "Arr, arr." So it's not like an aggressive thing. It's just like he's trying to tell me, like, come on, let's go. It's the cutest thing. I'll have to video him, but see, when he knows I have a camera, he's very shy and he'll just stop what he's doing. But I have an old video where I caught him doing it. I was able to hide my camera where he didn't know. I'll have to find it. But he just sits there and he's so cute and he just sits there and he looks at you and he goes, "Arr." And then he'll wait like a minute or two. Sometimes it's a minute, sometimes it's two. And he'll go, "Arr, arr." He keeps doing it. And then if you let it go, it'll get louder and louder sometimes. Sometimes it'll be like, and get a little bit louder, a little bit louder. I just realized this AI that I've been trying to let me have him do a background. I just realized, what does it even say? I don't normally use AI for stuff, but recently I've been trying them out because I'm like, it could be help with certain things, but what is this background? What does that say up there? I can't even tell. And then what is that crime scene? Why is it cut off there? And then thumbnails, I've noticed I would say the last couple weeks I've been trying, because I've been busy. I'm like, well, why not? I'll spend sometimes an hour or a half, 2 hours on thumbnails, and I'll make a few different ones and try to pick one. And sometimes it just takes long because want it to be good. So I'm like, why don't I use AI? So you could tell which ones they used AI. Obviously, they just have a certain look to them. So I was like, the last couple weeks I've been using AI for not all my thumbnails, but some of them, which, like I said, I'm sure you could tell which ones they are. And then as I'm looking through YouTube, I'm like, oh my God, I could tell every everyone that uses at least Chat GPT AI, like that or what is it? Not Chat GPT. what are the different AIs called? Like the different names of the people or I don't know. But at least I could tell they're using the same one that I am because it has the same style, the same way it like the color, like the text, the fonts and the way it fades and the shadows on it. And I'm looking through it, I'm like, oh my God, that's AI, that's AI, that's AI, that's the same one I'm using, same one. And they look, and I'm like, so now all our thumbnails are going to start looking similar. So it's actually turning me off. I don't think I'm going to use them for thumbnails anymore because I don't want mine to just look like everybody else's and it just become like this mass produced robotic, everybody's look the same, but everybody's starting to use them and they all are starting to look the same. They're very good. They're very good looking. And that's why I was like, everybody's using them. They're continuing to use them because they look really good. But now I'm seeing the similarity and I don't like it, them all looking the same. Usually you could tell whose are whose because everybody has a certain style and look to them. But if everybody starts using AI or a lot of us, they're all going to look the same. So yeah, I'm going to try. If I don't have time, I'll use it. But otherwise, I'm going to try. If I have time, I'm going to just try to keep making my own. Because, yeah, go check it out. Well, you guys might not recognize it if you don't. Like I do because me using it now and then being aware of how they come out. Now I have an eye for it. But if you're not aware, you might not be able to tell now. But maybe you will. But they're still not perfect. Like they'll make one for you and then you have to, no, don't do that. And you have to change it. Or they'll make whoever the person is, you want them to look like the person. They'll make it somehow you'll send them the picture you want to use and it'll make the person look different. And I'll have to be like, no, make him look the way I sent it. Like I don't want to use a thumbnail and the person not look like the person. I want it to be the person. I want it to be I always have to yell at my AI like, I sent you the picture I want you to use. Use the picture I sent you. I want it to be that picture, not some freaking different face. It makes me so I have to so it still kind of takes me a little bit of time because it'll be back and forth and I'll have to wait again. I'll be like, make another one. Use this. No, use his face. But like I said, I just started tinkering with it. I normally make my own. I take pride in my thumbnails. And like I said, now that I see everybody else's, they're all starting to look the same. Nope, I'm not doing it. Only of necessity. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take my Ziki to. Oh, so ChatGPT. So I do use ChatGPT. I thought ChatGPT's AI person is called something else. Is it just called ChatGPT? It doesn't have a name. So that's okay. So each AI would probably make different. Like if I'm seeing thumbnails that you could tell are the same style, you could tell it's AI. Would it be the same? Like if I'm using ChatGPT or would like for instance Grok, would they all kind of make them look the same? Does that make sense? Or would each one have a different style? That's what I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I could say like all the thumbnails I'm seeing are all definitely ChatGPT or is it just AI and they all kind of make them look that way. But yeah, I've been just using ChatGPT. I paid for like the premium or something for a month, so I was like, well, I'm gonna use it up as much as I can because I wanted to see what the difference is from the free one or if you pay. And really, it's not. The biggest thing is that you don't have a limit. So like, you know how sometimes it'll be like, oh, or they'll say like, oh, you you use so much of whatever up, but now like we won't pull from as many sources, so your answer won't be as like good or whatever. But I was trying to compare, and it's like, I don't know, is that like a trick? Because I feel like it's answered in the same way both ways, but I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Well, then I could tell if that's true and it's like their own style, I could tell which ones are using Chat GPT 100%. Maybe one live. I gotta do a live stream on my other channel. Maybe I'll do that on my other channel. We'll do a live stream and we'll go through like I'll show you which ones and why, and you guys will see. You'll be like, "Oh my god, yes!" I know you'll see exactly what I'm talking about when I show you the thumbnails that I use ChatGPT on, and then I'll show you like the other thumbnails of different creators that I would be willing to bet that they use the same the same, or at least AI. If you're saying they each have their own style, then they use ChatGPT. It's so crazy, but they're good. I mean, they look good. I'm not gonna lie, but like, you just want to have your own little thing. You want to have your own, style to it. Um, there's a bunch. It was just I'm trying to think who it was, just like going through my homepage, just seeing them. I can't even, I'd have to get back to you on that and tell you which ones. I have to look. But just like going through your homepage, you're like, oh my god, that looks the same. Oh my god, that looks I don't remember who, but it's just the point that there's a lot out there, trust me. Um they're coming up in my recommended, whoever it is, I don't even know. Um And there's some David ones because there's actually one that was David and it didn't even look like him. But see, when they try to throw me back one of the ones that don't look like the people, I put it back and I'm like, I'm not doing this one. And I'll keep going back and forth till he gives me one that is the picture I sent him. Because I'm not going to put somebody that does, it's a different person. That's stupid. I hate when I see thumbnails where they use like pictures that doesn't, it looks similar, but it's not really them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, now I know, I mean, it's AI, but it's like, no, I'll just go back and forth. And if they can't get it right, then I just don't use it. All right, guys, I'm going to go. Bye, everybody. I know it's scary. I know what you're talking about when you're saying you're scared. The potential of the whole AI in general is. I have to do okay. What can we do fun or something different on my other live streaming channel? I almost forgot again about doing it. I want to start live streaming on it. I get all pumped up about it and then I just forget. I really want it because I want to have two different channels. I want to have that just to be my laid back channel. What can we do on it? Let's do, I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just go live and we could just do whatever. When can we do it? I'm wondering. It's crazy because then when I feel like, pumped to do a live, I always end up doing it on my main channel. Yeah, do that one. Okay, we could do that. Yes, yep. All right, I gotta brush my teeth. You guys ever do that? I am really weird about my teeth. Like, if they're dirty and you could feel them, like, I will be like sitting there and I can't get my mind off of it. Like, if I'm sitting there and I feel like I need to brush my teeth, like, I cannot stop thinking about it until I do it. And it will occupy. Like, I'll feel like I'm getting cavities. Like, it'll be like, oh my God, I gotta get this. Oh my God, I gotta floss or I'm gonna get a cavity. Oh my God, I gotta. Oh, I have this weird thing, and I know a lot of people are like this too. With your teeth and like, the dreams about losing your teeth, the nightmares. Oh, that's one of my, I haven't had one in a while about that, but growing up, I mean, in my lifetime, that's one of the reoccurring ones that I'd have about is like losing my teeth. And then, yeah, I gotta brush my teeth. Oh my God. Yay, Miss Mental. Wait, what? What do you mean you watch me brush your teeth? When? Who are you? Okay, now you got me scared. I've watched you brush your teeth before. Hee hee. What? Who are you? Have I brushed them online? I remember one of your last lives. But you said watched me though. But you said watch. That's something different than just saying like, oh, you brushed your teeth online one time when you went and brushed your teeth. But you said I've watched you. You don't remember yeah, but no, it's fine. Of course, I'm sure I've said it before. Chad, I'm brushing my teeth because I would get ready before bed. Yeah, but you said I watched you. That's what's. I feel like that wouldn't be something you would say. It's like I watched you would be like you watched me, right? Huh. Yeah, no, a couple times I said I was brushing my teeth getting ready for bed, but I didn't do it on camera. You're scaring me. Like like you're like I don't know. All right. I'm gonna go. Have a good one, Jet Black. Sexy Mario. No, don't be sad. You're okay. You're okay. It just freaked me out for a minute because I was like, wait a minute. Like, like a peeping Tom or something. Or like, wait, how? Or like somebody that gets in your camera and you don't know. I was like, wait a minute. Do I know you? Like, so no, don't be sad. If it's a typo, don't be sad. You're fine. Um, no, Manic Monday renews Sinsel. No, just don't be sad. You're okay, okay? Cat's ear. Oh, that isn't was something I did think too, like Alexa. But see, I don't have Alexa. Or if I did, that would be something I would think of like, wait, are you the Alexa that's but I don't have that here. No. Okay, guys. Yeah, you're okay. All right, I'm gonna go. Have a good one. Look at Zeke. Watch it. Let me tell him. Hold on. Gotta get ready. He's so cute. Zeke, you ready for bed? You ready for bed, Bubby? You gonna go to bed? Oh, he was out sleeping. He was like one of those deep sleeps where it took a minute to wake up. You ready for bed, Bubba? Look at my boy. Is he not the cutest Bubba? Is he not the You ready for bed, Bubba? I love you, boobies. I love you, boobies. Let's go to bed. Okay, let's go to bed. Let's go to bed. I love you so much. Oh, I love this boy. I love this boy. Love this boy. I'm ready for bed. 1, 2, 3. Up, 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 up. Oh, I love him. I love my baby boo. I don't call him baby boo. I don't know why I said that. I'm being silly. Look how fluffy. Look how fluffy. He's probably going to get cut in a week or two, knowing my mom. I don't know. She said she doesn't remember if it's this week or next week. I said it better be next week. He's starting to get nice and fluffy fluff. Is he not adorable? You ready for bed, Bubby? You ready for bed? You ready for bed? Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you. I love my boy. I love my boy so much. Go boy. Let's go to bed. Let's go to bed, Bubby. Okay, good night, everybody. Okay, Bubba, we go.